The smell of burning eggs filled the cramped kitchen at number 4, Privet Drive, and Harry Potter knew his day was about to become infinitely worse. At 10 years old, he had learned to read the warning signs in his uncle's face with the precision of a meteorologist tracking an approaching storm. The purple flush creeping up Vernon Dursley's thick neck, the way his small eyes narrowed to pinpricks, the deliberate setting down of his morning newspaper. These were the moments when Harry's world contracted to the size of a pinhead, when every breath became a calculated risk. The eggs had stuck to the pan despite Harry's careful attention, their edges blackened and curling like autumn leaves. He had been distracted by a peculiar warmth spreading through his chest, a sensation he couldn't name, but that felt oddly comforting in the suffocating atmosphere of the Dursley household. The warmth had made him momentarily forget the precise timing required to keep Uncle Vernon's breakfast from becoming an affront to his very existence. Vernon's chair scraped against the linoleum floor with a sound like fingernails on a chalkboard. The massive man rose slowly, his bulk casting a shadow across the small kitchen that seemed to swallow what little morning light had managed to penetrate the yellowed curtains. Harry's hands trembled as he attempted to salvage the ruined eggs, but it was too late. Far too late. Where do you find yourself this morning, dear viewers? Perhaps you're in your own kitchen, safe and warm, preparing breakfast for people who love you. Take a moment to appreciate that safety, that warmth, because for Harry Potter, the kitchen had become a battlefield where every mistake carried consequences that no child should ever face. The first blow came without warning, Vernon's meaty hand connecting with the back of Harry's head with enough force to send him stumbling against the counter. The boy's glasses, already held together with tape and hope, slipped down his nose as stars exploded behind his eyes. The peculiar warmth in his chest flickered and intensified, like a candle flame suddenly fed with oxygen. "You worthless freak," Vernon snarled, his voice carrying the particular venom he reserved for Harry's failures. 10 years I've fed you, clothed you, kept a roof over your ungrateful head, and this is how you repay me. Burning my breakfast like some incompetent fool. Harry pressed himself against the counter, feeling the sharp edge dig into his back. The warmth in his chest was spreading now, creeping down his arms and legs with an intensity that made his skin feel tight and strange. He had experienced this sensation before, always during moments of extreme distress, but never with such clarity. It felt like something alive moving beneath his skin, something that wanted desperately to break free. The cupboard under the stairs had been Harry's world for as long as he could remember. 8 feet long, 4 feet wide, barely tall enough for him to stand upright. It contained the entirety of his possessions. A thin mattress that smelled perpetually of mildew, a single scratchy blanket, and a handful of broken toys that Dudley had discarded over the years. The door bore multiple locks on the outside, installed by Vernon during Harry's early attempts at escape, and the walls were covered with Harry's own artwork, tally marks counting the days since his last real meal, crude drawings of birds and flames that he couldn't explain, and words scratched into the wood with his fingernails during the longest periods of confinement. The Dursleys had perfected the art of systematic abuse with the precision of seasoned professionals. They never left marks where teachers might see them, never quite crossed the line that might attract unwanted attention from neighbors. Vernon's favorite punishment was the isolation, sometimes locking Harry away for days with nothing but water and the occasional slice of stale bread. Petunia specialized in psychological torture, her cutting remarks designed to strip away any sense of self-worth Harry might dare to develop. She had a gift for making him feel like an unwanted burden, a constant reminder of her sister's freakish nature that she was forced to endure out of reluctant duty. But it was the casual cruelty that hurt the most, the way they celebrated Dudley's every minor achievement while ignoring Harry's existence entirely. Birthday parties where Harry was locked in his cupboard so the guests wouldn't have to see him. Christmas mornings where Dudley received piles of expensive gifts while Harry watched from the shadows, invisible and forgotten. School events where other parents beamed with pride while Harry sat alone, knowing that no one would ever come for him. The burned eggs were merely the latest in a long string of infractions that had accumulated over the summer holidays. Harry had grown 3 inches since the start of the year, his clothes now hanging on his frame like scarecrow rags, but the Dursleys had made no effort to replace them. His shoes had holes that let in water when it rained, and his glasses were so scratched and damaged that he could barely see through them. He had learned to move through the house like a ghost, completing his endless list of chores while avoiding any interaction that might trigger Vernon's explosive temper. The peculiar warmth in Harry's chest pulsed stronger as Vernon grabbed him by the collar of his oversized shirt. The fabric, one of Dudley's cast-offs, hung loose around Harry's scrawny frame, making him look even smaller and more vulnerable than his 10 years suggested. Vernon's grip was tight enough to cut off Harry's air supply, and the boy found himself gasping as he was dragged toward the sink. "You're going to clean this kitchen until it sparkles," Vernon growled, his breath hot and coffee-scented against Harry's face. "Every pot, every pan, every surface. And when you're done, you're going back in your cupboard until I decide you've learned your lesson about wasting food." The sink was piled high with dishes from the previous night's dinner, a feast that Harry had prepared but not been permitted to share. Grease had congealed on the plates, and the smell of rotting food scraps filled his nostrils as Vernon shoved his face closer to the mess. The warmth in Harry's chest was no longer comforting. It felt like something wild and desperate, like a caged animal throwing itself against the bars of its prison. Harry began washing dishes with mechanical precision, his hands moving automatically through the familiar routine while his mind retreated to a safer place. He had developed this skill over years of abuse, the ability to disconnect from his body during the worst moments, to float somewhere above the pain and humiliation until it passed. But today felt different. Today the warmth wouldn't let him escape. It demanded his attention, growing stronger with each harsh word, each casual blow, each reminder of his worthlessness. The water was scalding hot, but Harry barely felt it. His hands had gone numb, though whether from the heat or from something else entirely, he couldn't say. Steam rose from the sink in thick clouds, fogging the small window above and making the already claustrophobic kitchen feel even more enclosed. The warmth in his chest had spread to his hands now, and he watched with detached fascination as the dishwater began to bubble more violently, as if the temperature had suddenly increased beyond what the ancient water heater could possibly produce. "Faster, you worthless boy!" Vernon snapped, striking Harry's shoulder with enough force to send him stumbling sideways. "The breakfast dishes aren't going to wash themselves, and I want this place spotless before I leave for work." Dudley wandered into the kitchen at that moment, his pale, pudgy face still creased with sleep. At 10 years old, he was already showing signs of the obesity that plagued his father, his multiple chins wobbling as he surveyed the scene with the detached interest of someone watching a mildly entertaining television program. He had learned early that Harry's punishments were a form of family entertainment, a way to bond with his parents through shared cruelty. "What did the freak do now, Dad?" Dudley asked, settling his considerable bulk onto a kitchen stool that creaked ominously under his weight. "Burned my breakfast," Vernon replied, his voice thick with disgust. 10 years old and he can't even cook eggs properly. Your mother's right about him being defective." Petunia appeared in the doorway at the mention of her name, her sharp features arranged in an expression of perpetual disapproval. She was a thin, angular woman with a long neck that made Harry think of the giraffes he'd seen in picture books at school. Her pale eyes, so different from his mother's warm green ones, held no trace of warmth or compassion. She looked at Harry the way most people might look at something unpleasant they'd discovered on the bottom of their shoe. "The boy's getting worse," she observed with clinical detachment. "More accidents, more strangeness. Perhaps it's time we considered more drastic measures." The warmth in Harry's chest spiked at her words, and for a moment his vision blurred. The kitchen seemed to shimmer around the edges as if he were seeing it through water, and the familiar ache of hunger in his stomach was replaced by something that felt like fire. He gripped the edge of the sink to steady himself, his knuckles going white with the effort. "What kind of measures, Petunia?" Vernon asked, his small eyes lighting up with interest. "There are schools," she replied, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Special places for children like him. Children who can't be properly controlled in normal households." Harry's hands were shaking now, though he couldn't tell if it was from fear or from something else entirely. The water in the sink had gone from hot to burning, steam rising so thickly that he could barely see the dishes beneath the surface, but the Dursleys seemed oblivious to the change, too absorbed in their discussion of his future to notice the increasingly strange behavior of their kitchen appliances. The microwave began to hum, though no one had turned it on. The fluorescent light overhead flickered erratically, casting dancing shadows across the walls. The ancient refrigerator, which had wheezed and gurgled for as long as Harry could remember, suddenly went silent. But the Dursleys continued talking, their voices becoming a distant buzz as the warmth in Harry's chest reached a crescendo. He thought of the past 10 years, of every cruel word, every missed meal, every night spent shivering in his cupboard while the family upstairs enjoyed their comfortable beds. He thought of birthday parties he'd never had, Christmas mornings spent alone, school plays where other children's families cheered, while he sat in the back row with no one to watch him perform. He thought of the loneliness that had become his constant companion, the knowledge that he was unwanted and unloved settling into his bones like a chronic ache. The warmth exploded outward from his chest with the force of a dam bursting. Harry felt his body convulse, his back arching as something fundamental shifted inside him. His skin felt too tight, as if he were a butterfly trying to break free from a cocoon that had become a prison. Heat radiated from every pore, and the air around him began to shimmer with waves of superheated atmosphere. Vernon was still talking, his voice growing louder and more aggressive as he detailed the punishments he had in mind for Harry's latest transgression. But his words were lost in the sudden roar that filled Harry's ears, a sound like wind and fire and the beating of enormous wings. The boy's vision went white, then red, then a brilliant gold that seemed to burn behind his eyelids. The transformation began in his chest, where the warmth had originated. Harry felt his ribs expanding, his spine lengthening, his entire skeletal structure reshaping itself with movements that should have been agonizing, but instead felt like the most natural thing in the world. Feathers erupted along his arms, brilliant red and gold plumes that caught the kitchen light and threw it back in prismatic displays of color. His fingernails elongated and hardened into talons, and his face began to stretch and narrow into something resembling a beak. But it was the fire that truly marked his transformation. Flames began at his fingertips, dancing along his newly formed feathers without burning them, spreading up his arms and across his chest in patterns that looked almost like writing in some ancient, unreadable script. The fire was alive, responding to his emotions with an intelligence that seemed separate from his own consciousness. Where he felt anger, the flames burned white-hot. Where he felt sorrow, they flickered blue and melancholy. Where he felt the desperate hope for freedom that had sustained him through years of abuse, they blazed gold and defiant. The kitchen appliances began to malfunction in earnest now. The microwave's door flew open, releasing a cloud of superheated steam. The coffee maker exploded in a shower of glass and scalding liquid. The toaster launched pieces of burning bread across the room like tiny flaming projectiles. The fluorescent light above shattered, raining down fragments of glass and sparks that seemed to hang in the air like frozen fireworks. Vernon's voice cut through the chaos, high-pitched with panic. "What's happening? What's the freak doing now?" But Harry was beyond hearing him. The transformation was reaching its climax, his human consciousness merging with something ancient and powerful that had been sleeping in his blood for generations. He felt the presence of every phoenix that had ever lived, their memories flooding through him in a torrent of fire and song and endless cycles of death and rebirth. He understood, with a clarity that transcended his 10-year-old mind, that this was what he had always been meant to become. The fire reached his hair, turning the familiar black strands into a corona of living flame that danced and swirled around his head like a halo. His eyes, already green like his mother's, began to glow with an inner light that seemed to see through the very fabric of reality. He could perceive the magical energy that flowed through all living things, could see the fear and confusion radiating from the Dursleys like heat waves rising from summer pavement. The kitchen around him was transforming as well, though not in any way that could be called improvement. Paint peeled from the walls in long strips, curling and blackening, as if exposed to intense heat. The linoleum floor began to warp and buckle, creating small hills and valleys that made standing difficult. The windows cracked in spiderweb patterns, their safety glass holding together through pure stubbornness rather than structural integrity. Harry tried to speak, to call out to his relatives, to somehow explain what was happening to him, but the sounds that emerged from his throat were not human words. Instead, they were the song of the phoenix, a melody so beautiful and terrible that it seemed to bypass the ears entirely and resonate directly in the bones. The notes rose and fell in patterns that spoke of loss and hope, of destruction that led to renewal, of fires that burned away everything false to reveal the truth beneath. The Dursleys had finally noticed that something was seriously wrong. Vernon stood frozen in the doorway, his face cycling through expressions of shock, terror, and rage so quickly that he looked like a broken television switching between channels. Petunia had pressed herself against the wall, her thin frame seeming to fold in on itself, as if she could disappear entirely through force of will. Dudley had fallen off his stool and was crawling toward the door on his hands and knees, whimpering like a frightened animal. The fire spreading from Harry's transformed body was not behaving like normal fire. It moved with purpose, seeking out specific targets while leaving others completely untouched. It consumed Vernon's newspaper, turning his morning routine into ash and memory. It melted Petunia's collection of cruel notes about Harry's behavior, each vindictive word disappearing in a flash of cleansing flame. It reduced Dudley's scattered toys to puddles of colourful plastic, erasing the evidence of a childhood filled with excess, while another child starved in the cupboard beneath the stairs. But the flames didn't touch the family photographs on the refrigerator, even the ones that carefully excluded Harry from every happy moment. They avoided the kitchen utensils that Harry had used to prepare countless meals he was forbidden to share. They left untouched the small cup that had been his only drinking vessel, the chipped plate that had held his meagre portions, the bent spoon that had been his sole piece of silverware. The transformation was nearly complete now. Harry's human form was almost entirely subsumed by the magnificent phoenix that had been hidden in his DNA, waiting for the right combination of desperation and magical awakening to finally emerge. His wings, when fully extended, spanned nearly 8 feet from tip to tip, each feather a masterwork of natural artistry that caught and held the light like captured sunset. His talons, sharp enough to rend steel, gripped the warped linoleum floor and left gouges in the material that would never fully heal. But it was his eyes that truly marked the completion of his change. No longer merely human green, they had become pools of liquid fire that seemed to contain the accumulated wisdom of every phoenix that had ever lived. In their depths, anyone brave enough to look directly would see not just Harry Potter, the unwanted boy who lived in a cupboard, but something far older and more powerful. Something that had been sleeping for generations, waiting for the right moment to reclaim its birthright. The heat radiating from his transformed body was approaching levels that should have been lethal to anyone in the immediate vicinity, but the Dursleys remained unharmed. The fire that surrounded Harry was not the mindless destroyer that they feared, but something far more sophisticated. It was the fire of purification, of justice, of long overdue reckoning. It sought to burn away the lies and cruelty that had defined this household, but it had no interest in causing physical harm to those who had merely been instruments of a larger injustice. Vernon found his voice at last, though it emerged as little more than a strangled whisper. What are you? What have you become? The phoenix that had once been Harry Potter turned its magnificent head toward the man who had made his young life a misery. When it spoke, Its voice carried harmonics that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, words that bypassed the ears and spoke directly to the soul. I am what I was always meant to be. I am what you tried so hard to destroy. I am the fire that burns away everything false, and I am finally, gloriously, free. The kitchen around them continued its transformation, paint peeling away to reveal bare wood beneath, appliances sparking and smoking as their electrical systems overloaded from proximity to such concentrated magical energy. The very air shimmered with heat waves that distorted vision and made breathing difficult for anyone without supernatural resilience. But Harry felt no discomfort. For the first time in his 10 years of life, he felt exactly as he was meant to feel. The chronic hunger that had gnawed at his stomach for as long as he could remember was gone, replaced by a sense of fullness that had nothing to do with food and everything to do with finally understanding his true nature. The constant ache of loneliness that had been his faithful companion had transformed into something that felt like communion with every creature that had ever known the pain of being different, of being unwanted, of being forced to hide their true selves to survive in a world that feared what it could not understand. The fire continued to spread, not in the chaotic pattern of a normal house fire, but with the deliberate precision of a surgeon's scalpel. It sought out every reminder of Harry's suffering, every symbol of the Dursleys' casual cruelty, and consumed them with an efficiency that bordered on the miraculous. The locks on his cupboard door melted into pools of useless metal. The belt that Vernon used for the worst beatings crumbled to ash. The photographs of family gatherings that had deliberately excluded him burst into flame and disappeared, leaving not even smoke to mark their passing. As the transformation reached its absolute completion, Harry felt his consciousness expanding beyond the confines of his individual experience. He could sense the presence of other magical creatures throughout Britain, could feel their recognition of what he had become, echoing back to him like distant thunder. Somewhere in Scotland, an ancient phoenix felt the birth of a new member of their kind and raised its voice in a song of welcome that crossed hundreds of miles in an instant. In hidden groves and secret places, creatures that had not been seen by human eyes for generations stirred and took notice of the power that had just awakened. The phoenix that Harry had become spread its wings to their full, magnificent span, the movement sending waves of superheated air throughout the small kitchen. The gesture was both a threat and a promise, a declaration that the frightened, powerless boy who had cowered in this space was gone forever, replaced by something that would never again accept abuse, never again allow itself to be diminished, never again hide its true nature to make others comfortable. For the first time in 10 years, Harry Potter was exactly where and what he was meant to be. The fire that surrounded him was not just the flame of his phoenix nature, but the fire of revolution, of change, of a future where no child would ever again be forced to endure what he had suffered in silence. The kitchen was completely transformed now. Its mundane suburban mediocrity burned away to reveal something far more honest. The melted appliances, the warped floors, the cracked windows, all bore witness to the moment when an abused child finally found the power to say no, to fight back, to become something that could not be ignored or dismissed or locked away in a cupboard under the stairs. And in the center of it all, magnificent and terrible and absolutely free, the phoenix that was Harry Potter threw back its head and sang a song of rebirth that would echo through the magical world for generations to come. The confrontation that would determine the future of magical Britain came not through careful planning or political maneuvering, but through the inexorable collision of opposing forces that could no longer coexist within the same reality. Albus Dumbledore, whose influence had shaped magical society for decades through methods that few had fully understood, finally chose to abandon subtlety in favor of overwhelming magical power. His patience with Harry Potter's resistance had reached its absolute limit, and his growing desperation to maintain control over events that were spiraling beyond his ability to manage had driven him to measures that he would never have considered during calmer times. The decision to confront Harry directly was born from a combination of political necessity and personal frustration that had been building since the boy's first disappearance from Privet Drive. The public revelation of Harry's phoenix nature had triggered a cascade of social and political changes that threatened to dismantle everything Dumbledore had spent his life constructing. The careful balance of institutional power that had allowed him to guide magical Britain according to his vision of the greater good was collapsing as more and more people awakened to the reality that their society had been systematically manipulated for generations. Ministry support for Dumbledore's approach to the Harry Potter crisis had evaporated in the wake of the St. Mungo's incident. Minister Fudge, whose political survival depended on maintaining public confidence in official magical institutions, could no longer afford to be associated with policies that had been publicly exposed as corrupt and manipulative. The Wizengamot, faced with evidence of institutional failures that extended throughout the magical government, was demanding accountability from the very people who had created the problems they were now being asked to solve. But perhaps most troubling from Dumbledore's perspective was the growing support for Harry's movement among magical practitioners who should have been natural allies of the established order. Families whose loyalty to traditional magical institutions had never been questioned were beginning to ask uncomfortable questions about policies they had previously accepted without examination. Hogwarts professors who had devoted their careers to supporting Dumbledore's educational philosophy were starting to express doubts about methods they had implemented without fully understanding their long-term consequences. The crisis reached its breaking point when members of the Order of the Phoenix began to defect to Harry's cause. Remus Lupin, whose personal experience with institutional discrimination had given him insights into the failures of official magical protection systems, was the first to publicly announce his support for the resistance movement. His defection was followed by others whose specialized knowledge made their opposition particularly damaging to Dumbledore's credibility. Kingsley Shacklebolt's departure from the Order brought with him intelligence about ministry security procedures and surveillance capabilities that had previously been classified beyond the reach of any unauthorized personnel. Nymphadora Tonks contributed metamorphmagus abilities that could be used to infiltrate official facilities while simultaneously training other resistance members in advanced concealment techniques. Even Severus Snape, whose complex loyalties had made him one of Dumbledore's most valuable assets, began providing information that suggested his true allegiances were more nuanced than anyone had realized. The defections revealed the extent to which Dumbledore's influence had depended on personal loyalty rather than institutional authority. Without the willing cooperation of the specialists whose expertise had made his policies possible, his ability to implement solutions to the crises facing magical Britain was severely compromised. Worse, the knowledge that former allies carried with them about his methods and motivations was being used to expose additional layers of manipulation that had previously remained hidden. It was Snape who provided the intelligence that forced Dumbledore's hand. Through his connections within the remaining Death Eater networks, the former potions master had discovered that Voldemort's return was imminent, and that the Dark Lord's resurrection would be facilitated by the very conflicts that were currently tearing magical society apart. Every magical battle fought in anger, every institutional crisis that generated fear and desperation, every moment of chaos that weakened the existing order was feeding energy into rituals that would restore Voldemort to physical form, with power that exceeded anything he had possessed during his first reign of terror. The revelation that Harry's resistance movement was inadvertently contributing to Voldemort's resurrection created an impossible dilemma for everyone involved in the conflict. The changes that Harry had catalyzed were genuinely beneficial, addressing real problems that had plagued magical society for decades, and creating alternatives that were demonstrably better than what they replaced. But the process of implementing those changes was generating the precise forms of magical energy that would allow the Dark Lord to return. Dumbledore's proposed solution was as radical as it was morally questionable. He intended to use his accumulated magical knowledge and political influence to forcibly suppress the resistance movement, not because he disagreed with their goals, but because he believed that achieving those goals through conflict would ultimately serve Voldemort's purposes better than maintaining the flawed status quo. His plan required overwhelming the resistance through magical power that transcended anything that conventional wizarding combat had ever employed, followed by the implementation of emergency measures that would restore institutional authority, regardless of public opinion. The magical battle that followed would be remembered as the moment when the wizarding world discovered that some forms of power were too dangerous to be wielded by anyone, regardless of their intentions or their justifications. Dumbledore's assault on the resistance movement's primary stronghold demonstrated magical capabilities that existed far beyond the theoretical limits that conventional magical education claimed were absolute. His spells could rewrite the fundamental properties of matter and energy, could manipulate time and space in ways that made normal tactical considerations irrelevant, could even alter the consciousness of other magical practitioners to make them more receptive to his influence and guidance. But Harry Potter was no longer the frightened child who had once been intimidated by adult magical practitioners whose power seemed overwhelming and incomprehensible. His phoenix nature had evolved through months of training and practical application into something that could match and counter even Dumbledore's most sophisticated magical techniques. More importantly, his abilities were supported by a network of enhanced magical practitioners whose collective capabilities were greater than the sum of their individual powers. The battle that erupted between them was unlike anything that had been documented in the entire history of magical combat. Dumbledore's attacks operated according to principles that transcended normal magical theory, but Harry's phoenix responses drew on forces that existed entirely outside the frameworks that conventional magical education recognized. Where Dumbledore used knowledge accumulated through decades of study and experimentation, Harry accessed genetic memories that carried the wisdom of phoenix generations that had lived for thousands of years. The conflict escalated rapidly beyond individual combat to encompass magical phenomena that affected the entire geographic region surrounding their battleground. Dumbledore's spells created localized distortions in space and time that made normal physical laws temporarily irrelevant, while Harry's phoenix abilities generated fields of transformative energy that awakened latent magical potential in every living creature within miles of the confrontation. But it was the involvement of Harry's allies that truly demonstrated the unprecedented nature of what was occurring. Luna Lovegood's enhanced perception abilities allowed her to see through Dumbledore's most sophisticated illusions and diversions, providing tactical intelligence that made his centuries of magical experience less decisive than it should have been. Neville Longbottom's connection to natural magical systems enabled him to channel power from sources that existed beyond Dumbledore's ability to control or counter. Ron Weasley's strategic coordination allowed the resistance fighters to operate as a single entity rather than as individuals, multiplying their effectiveness in ways that conventional military theory insisted should be impossible. Most significantly, the children whose abilities had been awakened by Harry's phoenix influence proved capable of magical feats that challenged fundamental assumptions about what was possible for practitioners of their age and experience. Their techniques combined traditional magical knowledge with innovations that had never been attempted before, creating effects that were simultaneously more powerful and more unpredictable than anything Dumbledore's extensive preparations had anticipated. The turning point in the battle came when Harry realized that Dumbledore's true motivation was not malevolent, but tragically misguided. The enhanced perception that his phoenix nature provided allowed him to see through the justifications and rationalizations that surrounded Dumbledore's actions, to perceive the genuine concern for the greater good that motivated his increasingly desperate measures. The old wizard was not fighting to preserve his own power or influence, but to prevent what he sincerely believed would be catastrophic consequences if the resistance movement's activities continued to generate the magical energies that Voldemort required for his resurrection. This realization transformed Harry's approach to the conflict from simple opposition to something that approached therapeutic intervention. Instead of attempting to defeat Dumbledore through superior magical power, Harry chose to use his Phoenix abilities to heal the fears and misunderstandings that had driven the confrontation in the first place. His flames, when properly directed, could burn away not just physical corruption, but the psychological and emotional distortions that prevented people from seeing clearly enough to make good choices. The process was extraordinarily difficult, requiring Harry to share his Phoenix nature with Dumbledore in ways that temporarily merged their consciousness and allowed each to experience reality from the other's perspective. The old wizard's mind was a labyrinth of accumulated knowledge, political calculation, and genuine moral concern that had become so complex over the decades that even he was no longer entirely certain of his own motivations. Through Harry's enhanced perception, Dumbledore was forced to confront the extent to which his pursuit of the greater good had led him to implement policies that caused real harm to individuals whose well-being should have been his primary concern. The systematic manipulation of magical education, the suppression of alternative approaches to magical development, the creation of surveillance systems that violated the privacy and autonomy of the very people they were supposed to protect. All of these measures that he had justified as necessary evils were revealed as fundamentally inconsistent with the values he claimed to serve. But Harry was also forced to confront the genuine complexity of the choices that Dumbledore had faced throughout his career. The magical world contained threats that were real and immediate, dangers that required coordinated responses from institutions that possessed sufficient authority to implement effective countermeasures. The freedom and autonomy that Harry's movement championed created vulnerabilities that could be exploited by enemies whose commitment to destruction and domination was absolute and unwavering. The shared consciousness experience lasted only minutes in objective time, but its effects on both participants were profound and permanent. Dumbledore emerged from the encounter with a fundamentally altered understanding of the relationship between individual freedom and collective security, while Harry gained appreciation for the burdens of leadership that extended beyond simple resistance to institutional authority. But perhaps the most significant outcome of their confrontation was the realization that Voldemort's return was not inevitable, and that the Dark Lord's resurrection could be prevented through methods that did not require choosing between freedom and security. The magical energies that fed into the resurrection rituals were generated by conflict itself rather than by any specific form of social organization, which meant that the solution lay not in suppressing change, but in implementing change through collaborative rather than confrontational methods. The alliance that emerged from this understanding was as unexpected as it was necessary. Dumbledore's knowledge and resources, when combined with Harry's abilities and popular support, created possibilities for addressing the crises facing magical society that neither could have achieved individually. The old wizard's political connections and institutional access provided frameworks for implementing reforms, while Harry's Phoenix enhanced perception ensured that those reforms would address real problems rather than simply rearranging existing power structures. Working together, they began to develop solutions that transcended the limitations of both traditional institutional authority and revolutionary opposition. Alternative magical education programs that operated with official sanction while maintaining the flexibility and innovation that had made the underground schools effective. Healing techniques that combined conventional magical medicine with the enhanced abilities that Harry's movement had developed. Economic structures that supported individual autonomy while providing the collective resources necessary for defending against genuine external threats. But the most important innovation was the creation of governance systems that could adapt and evolve according to changing circumstances rather than defending fixed positions regardless of their current relevance or effectiveness. These systems incorporated the enhanced perception abilities that Harry's Phoenix nature could awaken, ensuring that policy decisions were based on accurate understanding of actual conditions rather than on assumptions, traditions, or political considerations. The implementation of these collaborative solutions required unprecedented cooperation between groups that had been in conflict for months, but the shared recognition of the external threat that Voldemort represented provided sufficient motivation for former enemies to work together toward common goals. Ministry officials who had been pursuing Harry as a fugitive found themselves coordinating with resistance members whose abilities were essential for addressing problems that conventional magical law enforcement could not handle. Hogwarts professors who had been skeptical of alternative magical education discovered that underground teaching methods could enhance rather than replace traditional curricula. Perhaps most significantly, magical families throughout Britain began to participate in governance processes that had previously been limited to a small group of institutional leaders whose decisions affected everyone but were accountable to no one except themselves. The enhanced perception that exposure to Harry's Phoenix abilities had awakened made it possible for ordinary magical practitioners to evaluate policy proposals based on their actual merits rather than on the political rhetoric that surrounded their presentation. The transformation was not without its challenges. Decades of institutional manipulation had created problems that could not be solved through simple policy changes, and some individuals whose power had depended on the old system proved unwilling or unable to adapt to new approaches that required genuine accountability and transparency. But the combination of popular support, enhanced perception abilities, and collaborative leadership provided resources for addressing these challenges that were far more effective than anything that had been available under previous approaches to magical governance. As winter approached, and the first year of Harry's awakening drew toward its close, the magical world that had been shaped by his Phoenix fire bore little resemblance to the rigid institutional hierarchy that had dominated British magical society for generations. In its place was something that could only be described as a living democracy, a governance system that could grow and change according to the needs and insights of the people it served, rather than requiring those people to adapt to the limitations of unchanging institutions. The Phoenix had learned not just to share his fire with others, but to use that fire to create new forms of social organization that honored both individual freedom and collective responsibility. The revolution that had begun with a frightened boy defending himself against abuse had evolved into a transformation that offered hope for addressing problems that extended far beyond the magical world. But even as they celebrated their successes in creating alternatives to the systems that had failed them, Harry and his allies remained aware that their greatest challenges still lay ahead. Voldemort's return had been delayed rather than prevented, and the Dark Lord's eventual resurrection would test every innovation they had developed. The question that remained was whether their new approaches to magical cooperation would prove sufficient to address threats that had defeated previous generations of magical practitioners who had possessed neither their enhanced abilities nor their collaborative methods. The trial by fire was coming, and everything they had built together would soon be tested by forces that sought to destroy not just their innovations, but the very possibility that magic could serve life rather than death, creation rather than destruction, hope rather than despair. The transformation of magical Britain that followed Harry's reconciliation with Dumbledore proceeded with a momentum that surprised even those who had been instrumental in catalyzing the changes. What had begun as resistance to institutional oppression had evolved into something far more ambitious and far more challenging: the creation of entirely new frameworks for magical education, healing, and social organization that could serve as alternatives to systems that had dominated wizarding society for centuries. The establishment of the Phoenix Academy represented the most visible and perhaps most significant of these innovations. Located in a series of interconnected magical sanctuaries that existed partially outside normal space and time, the school provided educational opportunities that transcended every limitation that had previously constrained magical learning. Students were not sorted into artificial categories based on personality traits or family backgrounds, but were encouraged to explore their individual gifts according to their own interests and aptitudes. The curriculum itself was revolutionary in ways that went far beyond simple pedagogical reform. Instead of teaching magic as a collection of discrete subjects with rigid boundaries, the Phoenix Academy approached magical education as an integrated exploration of the fundamental forces that shaped reality itself. Students learned healing arts that incorporated everything from conventional magical medicine to the advanced regenerative techniques that Harry's Phoenix nature had made possible. They studied defense against dark magic through methods that emphasized understanding and transformation rather than simple opposition and containment. But perhaps most importantly, they were taught to think critically about the social and political implications of magical power, to understand the responsibilities that accompanied unusual abilities, and to develop ethical frameworks that could guide their choices when they encountered situations where conventional moral guidelines proved inadequate or incomplete. The faculty of the Phoenix Academy represented an unprecedented collaboration between magical practitioners whose expertise had previously been segregated by institutional boundaries and professional rivalries. Former Hogwarts professors who had grown frustrated with the limitations imposed by traditional educational hierarchies worked alongside healers who had developed innovative techniques outside official medical institutions, researchers whose investigations had been suppressed by ministry oversight, and practitioners whose abilities transcended the normal categories that conventional magical theory recognized. Remus Lupin brought expertise in defense against the dark arts that was informed by personal experience with the kinds of prejudice and discrimination that institutional policies often inadvertently reinforced. His teaching methods emphasized empathy and understanding as the foundation for effective magical protection, showing students how to recognize the fears and insecurities that often motivated dark magic use while developing responses that addressed root causes rather than simply managing symptoms. Severus Snape, whose complex history with both light and dark magic had given him unique insights into the psychology of magical corruption, developed innovative approaches to potions instruction that incorporated emotional and spiritual healing alongside physical remedy. His classes became laboratories for exploring the connections between magical practice and moral development, helping students understand how their internal states affected their ability to channel magical energy safely and effectively. But it was the involvement of the children whose abilities had been awakened by Harry's Phoenix influence that truly distinguished the Phoenix Academy from any previous magical educational institution. Luna Lovegood's enhanced perception capabilities allowed her to serve as a guide for students who were developing unusual forms of magical sight, helping them learn to navigate realities that existed beyond normal sensory experience without losing touch with the practical requirements of everyday life. Neville Longbottom's connection to natural magical systems enabled him to teach students how to work with rather than against the environmental forces that surrounded them, showing them techniques for magical practice that enhanced rather than depleted the natural world. His classes often took place in the Academy's living gardens, where students learned to communicate with plants and animals as partners in magical research, rather than simply as subjects for experimentation. Ron Weasley's strategic coordination abilities made him an ideal instructor for advanced magical tactics and collaborative spellwork, teaching students how to combine their individual abilities into collective efforts that were greater than the sum of their parts. His classes emphasized the importance of mutual support and shared responsibility, showing students how to build magical communities that could provide both personal fulfillment and effective responses to external challenges. The healing programs that emerged from the collaboration between the Phoenix Academy and reformed magical medical institutions represented equally dramatic innovations in how magical practitioners approached the treatment of injury and illness. Traditional magical medicine had focused primarily on symptom management and the restoration of normal function, but the new approaches emphasized holistic healing that addressed the underlying causes of magical ailments while supporting the body's natural ability to regenerate and restore itself. Harry's Phoenix healing abilities served as the foundation for techniques that could address forms of magical damage that conventional medicine had considered permanent and irreversible. Students and practitioners learned to channel Phoenix fire in ways that could restore magical cores that had been damaged by dark magic exposure, could heal psychological trauma that had manifested as physical symptoms, and could even reverse some forms of magical aging and degeneration. But the healing programs extended beyond individual treatment to address the collective trauma that magical society had accumulated through decades of institutional manipulation and social conflict. Community healing circles brought together groups of magical practitioners who had been affected by similar forms of oppression or abuse, providing opportunities for shared recovery that were more effective than individual therapy. Environmental healing projects focused on restoring magical ecosystems that had been damaged by irresponsible magical practice, teaching practitioners to see their relationship with the natural world as part of their overall health and well-being. The Phoenix sanctuaries that Harry's abilities had made possible represented perhaps the most remarkable innovation of all. These were spaces that existed in a state of permanent magical enhancement, where the normal limitations that constrained magical practice were temporarily suspended to allow for experimentation and development that would be impossible under ordinary circumstances. Within the sanctuaries, students could practice dangerous magical techniques without risk of permanent injury, because the Phoenix energy that permeated these spaces could instantly heal any damage that resulted from magical accidents or miscalculations. They could explore forms of magic that existed beyond the boundaries of conventional theory, because the enhanced reality of the sanctuaries could accommodate phenomena that normal space and time could not contain. Most significantly, they could experience temporary access to abilities that were far beyond their normal magical capacity, gaining insights into their potential for growth that would guide their development long after they returned to ordinary reality. The creation of these sanctuaries required extraordinary cooperation between Harry and magical practitioners whose expertise in spatial and temporal manipulation had previously been restricted to highly classified ministry research programs. The techniques involved were so advanced that they challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of magical reality itself, suggesting that the boundaries between possible and impossible were far more flexible than anyone had previously imagined. The establishment of new governance structures proved to be one of the most complex and politically sensitive aspects of the transformation. The collaboration between Harry's movement and reformed institutional authorities required the development of decision-making processes that could accommodate both the enhanced perception abilities that Phoenix exposure had awakened and the practical requirements of managing a complex magical society. The solution they developed was based on principles of transparent democracy that incorporated magical enhancement of the deliberative process itself. Policy discussions took place in environments where deception and manipulation were literally impossible, because Phoenix-enhanced perception allowed all participants to detect attempts at dishonesty or hidden agenda. Decisions were made through consensus-building processes that ensured every perspective was heard and considered, but that also provided mechanisms for resolving disagreements when consensus could not be achieved. Most importantly, the new governance systems included built-in procedures for continuous evaluation and modification, ensuring that policies could be adapted or abandoned when they proved ineffective or counterproductive. The enhanced perception abilities that many citizens now possessed made it impossible for political leaders to maintain policies that were not genuinely serving the public interest, while the collaborative decision-making processes ensured that changes were made through democratic rather than authoritarian methods. The international implications of these innovations became apparent within months of their implementation. Magical communities throughout Europe and beyond began requesting access to the educational and healing techniques that had been developed in Britain, leading to the establishment of exchange programs and collaborative research projects that transcended traditional national boundaries. The Phoenix Academy began accepting students from magical families throughout the world, creating an international community of young practitioners whose abilities and perspectives challenged conventional assumptions about what magical education could accomplish. These students returned to their home countries with knowledge and skills that often put them in conflict with local institutional authorities who were not prepared to accommodate the kinds of independent thinking and innovative magical practice that Phoenix Enhanced Education encouraged. But the international expansion also revealed the extent to which the problems that Harry's movement had addressed in Britain were part of larger patterns of institutional control and manipulation that existed throughout the magical world. Reports began arriving from magical communities in other countries that described systematic suppression of unusual abilities, deliberate limitation of magical education, and corruption within official institutions that mirrored what had been exposed in Britain. Most troubling were the reports that suggested Voldemort's influence had extended far beyond Britain even during his first reign of terror, and that his eventual return would likely involve coordinated attacks on the new democratic institutions that were emerging throughout the magical world. The dark magic influences that had been detected within British magical institutions were apparently part of a much larger network that had been preparing for the Dark Lord's resurrection by weakening the very systems that would be needed to resist him when he finally returned. The rehabilitation programs that were developed for former enemies represented perhaps the most challenging and controversial aspect of the new social order. Many of the individuals who had participated in institutional oppression or had actively supported dark magic influences genuinely believed that their actions had been justified by circumstances or necessary for the greater good. Simply punishing them would have failed to address the underlying beliefs and fears that had motivated their choices, while potentially creating resentment and resistance that could undermine the new democratic institutions. Instead, the rehabilitation programs focused on education and healing that could address the psychological and spiritual factors that had led to destructive choices. Participants were required to confront the actual consequences of their actions through enhanced perception experiences that made it impossible to maintain rationalizations or denials, but they were also provided with support and guidance for developing healthier approaches to using power and authority. The programs were voluntary rather than mandatory, but social and professional pressures created strong incentives for participation. Individuals who completed rehabilitation successfully found that their enhanced understanding and transformed perspectives made them valuable contributors to the new social order, while those who refused to participate found themselves increasingly isolated from magical communities that no longer tolerated the kinds of manipulation and abuse that had previously been considered normal. Severus Snape's participation in rehabilitation became a model for others who had been involved with dark magic. His willingness to confront the choices he had made during his youth and his commitment to using his knowledge and experience to help others avoid similar mistakes demonstrated that genuine transformation was possible even for individuals whose involvement with dark forces had been extensive and long-term. His work with young people who were struggling with similar temptations proved that the most effective defense against dark magic corruption was not prohibition or punishment, but education and support that addressed the underlying needs and insecurities that made dark magic appealing in the first place. Students who might have been vulnerable to recruitment by dark magic groups found alternative sources of power and belonging through participation in collaborative magical communities that valued their contributions and supported their development. The alternative magical education programs that were established outside the Phoenix Academy represented another crucial innovation in how magical society approached the development of unusual abilities. These programs were designed to serve magical practitioners who could not leave their home communities to attend residential schools, but who needed access to educational opportunities that went beyond what local institutions could provide. The programs operated through a combination of distance learning techniques that used magical communication methods and traveling instructors who could provide hands-on guidance for practical magical development. Students could access theoretical knowledge through enchanted texts and crystal recordings that adapted their content to individual learning styles and interests, while receiving personal instruction from masters who could evaluate their progress and provide customized guidance for their continued development. But perhaps the most important aspect of these programs was their emphasis on community integration rather than academic isolation. Students were encouraged to apply their developing abilities to solving practical problems within their own communities, working with local magical practitioners to address everything from environmental restoration projects to community healing initiatives, to the development of improved magical technologies. The oversight committees that were established to prevent future institutional manipulation represented a crucial safeguard for the democratic institutions that were emerging. These committees were staffed by individuals whose enhanced perception abilities made them particularly effective at detecting attempts at corruption or abuse of authority, and they were given broad investigative powers that allowed them to examine any aspect of magical governance that might be subject to inappropriate influence. The committees operated according to principles of radical transparency that made their own activities subject to public scrutiny and evaluation. Their investigations were conducted openly whenever possible, with findings published in accessible formats that allowed ordinary citizens to understand and evaluate their conclusions. When confidentiality was necessary for protecting witnesses or preserving the effectiveness of ongoing investigations, the committees were required to provide detailed justifications for their secrecy that were subject to review by democratically elected oversight bodies. Most importantly, the committees included representatives from all segments of magical society, ensuring that their perspectives and priorities reflected the full range of interests and concerns that existed within the magical community. This diversity of membership made it much more difficult for any single faction or interest group to capture or manipulate the oversight process for their own purposes. The first graduation ceremony from the Phoenix Academy marked a milestone that went far beyond simple educational achievement. The students who received their certifications represented the first generation of magical practitioners whose entire education had been based on principles of freedom, collaboration, and individual development, rather than institutional control and conformity. These young people possessed abilities and perspectives that were unprecedented in the history of magical education. They could work collaboratively to accomplish feats that would have been impossible for individual practitioners, but they also maintained strong commitments to individual autonomy and critical thinking that made them resistant to authoritarian manipulation. They understood magic as a tool for healing and creation rather than domination and control, but they also possessed defensive capabilities that were more than adequate for protecting themselves and their communities from genuine threats. But perhaps most importantly, they served as living proof that the innovations Harry's movement had introduced were sustainable and capable of producing results that were genuinely better than what traditional institutions had provided. Their success provided encouragement for other magical communities that were considering similar reforms, while demonstrating to skeptics that alternative approaches to magical development could be both effective and socially responsible. The ceremony itself took place in the heart of the Phoenix Sanctuary, where Harry had first learned to fully control his abilities, surrounded by the living flames that had become symbols of transformation and renewal throughout magical Britain. Representatives from magical communities throughout the world attended to witness the graduation, and many departed with commitments to establish similar programs within their own societies. As the ceremony concluded and the graduates prepared to take their places as full members of the magical community, Harry found himself reflecting on the extraordinary journey that had brought them all to this moment. The frightened boy who had accidentally set fire to the Dursley kitchen had become something that he could never have imagined, a catalyst for transformation that had reshaped not just his own life, but the entire structure of magical society. But even as they celebrated their achievements, Harry and his allies remained aware that their greatest challenges were still ahead. The innovations they had introduced had created possibilities for addressing problems that extended far beyond magical Britain, but they had also attracted the attention of enemies whose commitment to destruction and domination was absolute and unwavering. The Phoenix had learned to build as well as to burn, to create as well as to transform, but the true test of everything they had accomplished would come when those creations were challenged by forces that sought to reduce the entire magical world to ash and shadow. The question that remained was whether their new approaches to magical cooperation would prove sufficient to protect what they had built while extending its benefits to communities that were still struggling under the weight of institutional oppression and dark magic influence. The war for the future was far from over, but for the first time since Voldemort's first rise to power, the forces of light had reasons for hope that extended beyond simple determination to resist evil. They had created alternatives that were worth protecting, innovations that could serve as the foundation for a magical world that was genuinely better than anything that had existed before. The Phoenix Sanctuaries blazed with promise, and the graduates who emerged from them carried that fire into a world that was finally ready to embrace the possibility of fundamental change. 6 years had passed since the frightened 10-year-old boy had accidentally set fire to the Dursley kitchen, and the world that Harry Potter now surveyed from his perch, high above the transformed landscape of magical Britain, bore no resemblance to the rigid, oppressive society that had once sought to control and contain him. At 16, he had grown into someone who embodied the perfect synthesis of power and wisdom, authority and compassion, individual strength and collective responsibility. His phoenix nature had matured beyond simple transformation into something that could only be described as a living force for positive change, a catalyst for growth and renewal that touched every aspect of the magical world. The view from his current position, soaring through autumn skies that sparkled with the natural magic that had been restored to the British countryside, revealed a landscape that pulsed with life and possibility in ways that would have been impossible under the old systems of institutional control. The Phoenix Sanctuaries that had begun as desperate refugees for magical outcasts had evolved into thriving communities that served as centers of innovation and learning for practitioners from around the world. The healing centers that had started as simple alternatives to conventional magical medicine had become research facilities where entirely new approaches to health and well-being were being developed and refined. Most remarkably, the educational institutions that had emerged from the resistance movement were graduating young magical practitioners whose abilities and perspectives were reshaping fundamental assumptions about what magic could accomplish. The letters that arrived each morning from magical communities throughout the world had become a constant reminder of how far the transformation had spread beyond Britain's borders. Requests for assistance in establishing Phoenix Academies came from magical families in every inhabited continent. Reports of successful liberation operations reached him from resistance movements that were challenging institutional oppression in magical societies from Eastern Europe to Southeast Asia to the Americas. Most encouragingly, descriptions of innovative approaches to magical governance arrived regularly from communities that had adapted the democratic principles developed in Britain to their own cultural contexts and practical needs. Harry's role in these global developments had evolved far beyond simple leadership into something that could best be described as mentorship on a planetary scale. His Phoenix abilities now allowed him to maintain simultaneous connections with hundreds of magical practitioners around the world, providing guidance and support for their individual development while coordinating collaborative efforts that addressed challenges too large for any single community to handle alone. The flame teleportation techniques he had mastered during his early years of freedom had been refined to the point where he could appear instantly anywhere on Earth where his assistance was needed, making him a resource for magical beings who faced crises that required intervention from someone with his unique combination of abilities and experience. But perhaps the most significant development was the emergence of other young magical practitioners whose abilities had been awakened or enhanced through contact with Phoenix energy. These individuals, scattered throughout the magical world, had become the foundation for a new generation of magical leadership that combined the innovative spirit of Harry's movement with deep roots in their own cultural traditions and community needs. In Japan, a young witch named Sakura Yamamoto had developed techniques for integrating Phoenix healing abilities with traditional magical practices that had been passed down through her family for centuries. Her work had led to the establishment of healing centers that served not just the magical community, but ordinary humans who suffered from ailments that conventional medicine could not address. The bridges she had built between magical and non-magical healing practices were creating possibilities for cooperation between the two communities that had never existed before. In Brazil, twin brothers whose abilities had been enhanced during one of Harry's visits had learned to use phoenix fire to restore damaged rainforest ecosystems while simultaneously creating sustainable magical communities that existed in harmony with their natural environment. Their innovations in ecological magic were being studied and adapted by environmental restoration projects throughout South America, leading to the recovery of magical habitats that had been thought permanently destroyed. In Egypt, a young man whose connection to ancient magical traditions had been awakened through phoenix enhancement was working to preserve and revitalize magical knowledge that had been suppressed by centuries of institutional control. His research into the connections between phoenix magic and the solar mysteries that had guided ancient Egyptian magical practice was revealing fundamental principles that were transforming understanding of how magical energy could be channeled and applied. Each of these developments represented not just individual success stories, but evidence that the transformation Harry had catalyzed was becoming self-sustaining and self-directing. The phoenix fire that he had shared with others was generating innovations and insights that he himself could never have conceived, creating a network of magical practitioners who were pushing the boundaries of what was possible in ways that exceeded even his own extraordinary abilities. The reformed magical institutions that had emerged from the collaboration between Harry's movement and progressive elements within the established order had exceeded even the most optimistic expectations for what could be accomplished through democratic reform. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, under new leadership that emphasized student choice and individual development, had become a model for magical education that was being studied and emulated by educational institutions throughout the world. The curriculum reforms that had been implemented went far beyond simple additions to existing course offerings. The entire approach to magical education had been reconstructed around principles that honored each student's unique gifts, while providing the foundational knowledge and skills necessary for effective participation in magical society. Students could choose their own paths through advanced magical studies, pursuing specialized interests while maintaining broad exposure to different approaches to magical practice. The house system that had once divided students into rigid categories based on personality traits had been replaced with flexible learning communities that formed and reformed according to shared interests and complementary abilities. Students worked together on projects that addressed real-world problems, learning to apply their magical skills in ways that benefited their communities while developing the collaborative abilities that would serve them throughout their adult lives. Perhaps most importantly, the reformed Hogwarts had become a place where students learned to think critically about the social and political implications of magical power. They studied the history of magical institutions with attention to both successes and failures, developed ethical frameworks for making decisions about how to use their abilities, and gained practical experience in democratic participation through student governance systems that gave them genuine influence over their educational environment. Dumbledore himself had become one of the most effective advocates for the educational reforms that had once seemed to threaten everything he had worked to build. His willingness to acknowledge the failures of previous approaches to magical education, combined with his commitment to supporting innovations that served students better than traditional methods, had provided crucial legitimacy for changes that might otherwise have been dismissed as radical experimentation. His work with students who had been damaged by the old systems of institutional control had proven particularly valuable. His knowledge of advanced magical theory, combined with his enhanced understanding of the psychological dynamics that shaped magical development, allowed him to design specialized rehabilitation programs that could address even the most severe forms of educational trauma. The Ministry of Magic had undergone equally dramatic transformation, evolving from a bureaucratic hierarchy that prioritized control and compliance into a responsive democratic institution that served the genuine needs of the magical community. The enhanced transparency that Phoenix influenced oversight had made possible had eliminated the corruption and manipulation that had characterized previous magical governance, while the participatory decision-making processes that had been implemented ensured that policy reflected the actual interests and concerns of the citizens it affected. The international magical cooperation that had emerged from these reforms was beginning to address problems that had seemed intractable under previous approaches to magical governance. Joint research projects were developing solutions to magical environmental degradation that affected multiple countries. Collaborative educational exchanges were breaking down barriers between magical communities that had been isolated by centuries of institutional mistrust. Most significantly, coordinated intelligence sharing was making it possible to detect and counter dark magic influences that operated across national boundaries. But it was in the realm of magical healing that the most remarkable advances had been achieved. The integration of Phoenix-enhanced abilities with traditional magical medicine had created therapeutic approaches that could address forms of suffering that had previously been considered beyond help. The healing centers that Harry's movement had established were treating not just individual ailments, but collective trauma that entire magical communities had carried for generations. War veterans whose minds had been shattered by exposure to dark magic were being restored to full psychological health through healing techniques that combined magical intervention with community support systems that addressed the social isolation that had prevented their recovery. Magical creatures who had been damaged by centuries of human exploitation were being healed through programs that simultaneously addressed their physical injuries and rebuilt trust between species. Even ecosystems that had been corrupted by dark magic were being restored through collaborative efforts that combined Phoenix abilities with natural magical processes. The training programs that had been developed for sharing Phoenix-enhanced healing abilities had created a new class of magical healers whose capabilities far exceeded anything that conventional magical medicine had been able to produce. These healers could address not just symptoms, but underlying causes, could work with entire communities rather than just individuals, and could combine physical healing with the social and environmental changes necessary for preventing future harm. Harry's own abilities had continued to evolve throughout these 6 years, developing in directions that sometimes surprised even him. His connection to the global network of Phoenix-enhanced practitioners had given him access to collective wisdom and capability that transcended any individual magical talent. He could draw on the insights and experiences of hundreds of other magical beings, combining their knowledge with his own to address challenges that would have been impossible for any single practitioner to handle alone. His flame teleportation abilities had evolved beyond simple transportation to encompass forms of dimensional travel that allowed him to exist simultaneously in multiple locations. He could attend meetings in different time zones without leaving his primary location, could provide healing assistance to practitioners on different continents while maintaining his presence in ongoing local projects, and could coordinate global magical initiatives while remaining fully engaged with immediate community needs. But perhaps his most significant development was the emergence of abilities that could only be described as temporal healing. He had learned to use Phoenix Fire to address not just current problems, but their historical roots, healing collective trauma that extended back through generations, while preventing its transmission to future generations. His work with magical communities that had been damaged by centuries of oppression was creating possibilities for genuine reconciliation that addressed not just immediate practical needs, but the deeper spiritual wounds that had perpetuated cycles of conflict and mistrust. The letters from around the world increasingly brought requests for assistance with problems that extended far beyond the magical community. Natural disasters that affected both magical and non-magical populations, environmental crises that threatened entire ecosystems, social conflicts that had magical components but also involved ordinary human communities. Harry's growing network of allies was being called upon to address challenges that required cooperation across every boundary that had traditionally separated different groups and communities. These developments were forcing magical society to confront questions about its relationship with the non-magical world that had been avoided for centuries. The enhanced abilities that Phoenix-enhanced practitioners possessed could address many of the problems that plagued human civilization. But using those abilities responsibly required careful consideration of consent, cultural sensitivity, and long-term consequences that extended far beyond immediate magical concerns. The solutions that were emerging emphasized collaboration and partnership rather than magical intervention imposed from outside. Phoenix-enhanced healers worked alongside non-magical medical professionals to develop treatments that combined the best of both approaches. Magical environmentalists collaborated with ordinary human conservation efforts to protect natural resources that were essential for both communities. Educational exchanges allowed magical and non-magical young people to learn from each other while developing mutual respect and understanding. The opposition to these developments came primarily from magical practitioners who believed that revealing magical abilities to ordinary humans would inevitably lead to conflict and persecution. Their concerns were not entirely without foundation, given the historical record of how human communities had often responded to phenomena they could not understand or control. But the careful, gradual approach that Harry's movement had adopted was demonstrating that cooperation was possible when it was based on genuine mutual benefit and respect rather than attempts at magical dominance or deception. The rehabilitation programs that had been developed for former enemies had achieved remarkable success in transforming individuals who had been committed to destructive approaches to magic into valuable contributors to the new democratic institutions. Severus Snape's work with young people who were struggling with dark magic temptations had become a model for intervention programs that addressed the underlying psychological and social factors that made destructive magical practices appealing. His approach emphasized understanding rather than condemnation, helping young practitioners understand the genuine human needs that dark magic claimed to address, while developing healthier and more effective ways to meet those needs. Students who might have been vulnerable to recruitment by remaining Death Eater cells found alternative sources of power and belonging through participation in collaborative magical communities that valued their contributions while supporting their personal growth. The prevention programs that had emerged from this work were being implemented in magical communities throughout the world, providing early intervention for young practitioners who showed signs of attraction to dark magic influences. The programs combined enhanced perception abilities that could detect magical corruption in its early stages, with community support systems that could provide alternative pathways for magical development. But perhaps the most significant achievement was the development of rehabilitation techniques that could address even the most severe forms of dark magic corruption. Former Death Eaters who had been thought permanently lost to dark magic influences were being restored to psychological health through intensive healing programs that combined magical intervention with community reintegration support. Their recoveries were providing hope for addressing conflicts throughout the magical world, where dark magic corruption had seemed to make reconciliation impossible. The first generation of students to complete their entire magical education under the reformed systems was beginning to take leadership roles throughout magical society, and their impact was already visible in the increasing sophistication and effectiveness of magical institutions. These young practitioners possessed abilities and perspectives that would have been impossible under traditional educational approaches, but they also demonstrated strong commitments to democratic values and collaborative problem-solving that made them natural leaders for the continuing transformation of magical society. Their approach to magical practice emphasized innovation and experimentation, while maintaining careful attention to ethical considerations and long-term consequences. They were developing magical technologies that could address practical problems while avoiding the environmental and social damage that had characterized previous approaches to magical development. Their research was revealing new possibilities for magical practice that could benefit entire communities while respecting individual autonomy and choice. But perhaps most importantly, they served as living proof that the innovations Harry's movement had introduced were sustainable across generations. Their success provided encouragement for magical communities that were still in the early stages of reform, while demonstrating to remaining skeptics that alternative approaches to magical development could produce results that were genuinely superior to traditional methods. As Harry soared through the evening sky toward the Phoenix Sanctuary, where he would be meeting with representatives from magical communities throughout the world, he reflected on the extraordinary journey that had brought him to this point. The transformation that had begun with a moment of desperate self-defense had evolved into a global movement that was reshaping the fundamental nature of magical society on every inhabited continent. The challenges that lay ahead were enormous. Voldemort's eventual return remained a constant threat that required ongoing vigilance and preparation. Dark magic influences continued to operate in magical communities that had not yet developed effective countermeasures. Environmental degradation, social inequality, and political instability affected both magical and non-magical communities in ways that required sustained, collaborative effort to address. But for the first time in centuries, the magical world possessed the tools and the wisdom necessary for addressing these challenges effectively. The innovations that had emerged from Harry's movement provided frameworks for cooperation that could unite diverse communities around shared goals. The enhanced abilities that Phoenix energy had awakened offered capabilities for healing and restoration that could reverse damage that had previously been considered permanent. Most importantly, the democratic institutions that had been established provided mechanisms for making decisions collaboratively, while avoiding the concentrations of power that had made previous magical societies vulnerable to corruption and abuse. The phoenix that had emerged from the ashes of the Dursley kitchen had learned not just to fly, but to lift others with him. The fire that had once threatened to consume everything in its path had become a force for renewal that could transform even the most damaged communities into sources of hope and innovation. The boy who had been unwanted and unloved had become the catalyst for a transformation that offered every magical being the possibility of reaching their full potential while contributing to something larger than themselves. As the sun set behind him and the first stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Harry Potter spread his phoenix wings and sang a song of welcome to the future that was rising to meet them all. The sound carried across continents and through dimensions, reaching every magical practitioner who had been touched by phoenix fire and every community that had chosen freedom over safety, growth over stagnation, hope over despair. The song spoke of challenges that would test everything they had built together, but also of possibilities that stretched beyond the horizons of any single imagination. It promised that the transformation they had begun would continue to grow and evolve, adapting to new circumstances while maintaining its commitment to the fundamental principles that had guided them from the beginning. That magic should serve life rather than death. That power should be shared rather than hoarded. And that the future should be shaped by those who would live in it rather than by those who sought to control it. The magical world that spread out beneath him pulsed with the rhythm of millions of hearts that beat in harmony with his own, millions of minds that shared his vision of what they could accomplish together, millions of spirits that had been awakened to their own potential for greatness. The phoenix had taught them all to fly, and together they were soaring toward horizons that had never been explored before. The revolution was complete, but the transformation was just beginning. And somewhere in the distance, carried on winds that blew from tomorrow toward today, came the echo of other voices singing songs of their own, ready to take up the melody and carry it forward into whatever challenges and opportunities awaited them all in the years to come. The fire would never die, because It lived now in every heart that chose love over fear, creation over destruction, hope over despair. The phoenix had given them the gift of flame, and they would carry it forward into whatever future they chose to build together. The silence that followed Harry's transformation was the kind of absolute quiet that exists only in the moments before the world fundamentally changes. It stretched across the ruined kitchen like a held breath, broken only by the soft crackling of cooling metal and the distant tick of the hallway clock that had somehow survived the magical conflagration. The phoenix that Harry had become stood motionless in the center of the devastation, its magnificent form radiating heat that made the air shimmer with barely contained power. Then, like a spell breaking, awareness crashed back into Harry's consciousness with the force of a physical blow. The sensation of having wings instead of arms, talons instead of feet, feathers instead of skin, struck him with such disorienting intensity that he stumbled backward, his transformed body moving with a grace that his human mind couldn't comprehend. The world looked different through Phoenix eyes, colors more vivid, details sharper. But it was the emotional resonance of everything around him that truly overwhelmed his senses. He could feel the Dursleys' terror like a physical presence in the room, their fear radiating outward in waves that tasted of copper and desperation. Vernon's shock registered as a deep purple throb against Harry's enhanced perception, while Petunia's horror manifested as a sharp yellow spike that seemed to pierce directly into his consciousness. Dudley's confusion appeared as a muddy brown swirl, tinged with the pale green of nausea, as his young mind struggled to process what he had witnessed. The transformation began to reverse itself almost immediately, Harry's phoenix form dissolving back into human shape with the same fluid grace that had marked his initial change. Feathers melted away into pale skin, wings contracted into arms, and the magnificent plumage that had crowned his head settled back into the familiar, unruly black hair that the Dursleys had always despised. But the process left him feeling raw and exposed, as if his very soul had been turned inside out and displayed for examination. He collapsed to his knees on the warped linoleum floor, his human body suddenly seeming impossibly fragile after the power he had just experienced. His oversized clothes hung even more loosely on his frame than before, the fabric singed around the edges where the phoenix fire had touched him. His glasses, miraculously intact despite everything that had happened, had slipped down his nose and now sat at an odd angle that made the devastated kitchen appear even more surreal than it already was. The silence stretched on, punctuated only by the sound of Harry's ragged breathing and the occasional pop and hiss of cooling appliances. He stared at his hands, these ordinary human appendages that minutes before had been magnificent talons capable of rending steel. His fingernails showed traces of the transformation, slightly longer and sharper than they had been, with a subtle golden tint that caught the light in ways that normal human nails never could. Vernon was the first to find his voice, though when it emerged it was little more than a strangled whisper that barely qualified as human speech. "What did you do?" he managed, his small eyes darting frantically between Harry and the destruction that surrounded them. "What did you do to my kitchen?" The question hung in the air like an accusation, but Harry found he had no answer to give. How could he explain something he didn't understand himself? How could he put into words the sensation of his entire being rewriting itself on a molecular level, or the way the fire had felt like coming home after a lifetime of exile? The warmth that had triggered his transformation was still there, a gentle pulse in his chest that felt like a second heartbeat, but it was muted now, waiting. Petunia had pressed herself so far back against the wall that she seemed to be trying to merge with the faded floral wallpaper. Her sharp features were even more pronounced in her terror, her thin lips compressed into a bloodless line as she stared at her nephew as if seeing him for the first time. There was something in her expression beyond simple fear, a recognition that spoke of knowledge she had never shared, secrets that had been buried for a decade, but were now clawing their way back to the surface. "You knew," Harry said, his voice hoarse from the phoenix song that had torn through his throat. The words surprised him, as much as they surprised his relatives, but once spoken, they felt absolutely true. You knew this could happen. Petunia's denial was immediate and vehement, but it carried the hollow ring of a lie told more to convince herself than anyone else. "I don't know what you're talking about," she snapped, though her voice cracked on the words. "You're just like her, aren't you? Just like that sister of mine, thinking you're special, thinking you're better than normal people." But Harry's enhanced senses, still partially active despite his return to human form, could detect the rapid flutter of her pulse, the slight tremor in her hands, the way her eyes kept darting toward the telephone as if she were calculating whether she could reach it before he transformed again. She was lying, and they both knew it. The destruction around them told its own story. Every appliance in the kitchen had been affected by the magical energy Harry had released, but the damage wasn't random. The expensive coffee maker that Vernon treasured above almost everything else had been reduced to a pile of twisted metal and shattered glass. The microwave that Petunia used to heat Dudley's endless succession of snacks was now nothing more than a smoking shell. But the simple electric kettle that had been Harry's responsibility to maintain, the one he used to prepare the family's tea each morning, remained completely untouched. Dudley had managed to crawl to the doorway, his considerable bulk making the movement awkward and undignified. He peered around the corner of the doorframe with the cautious curiosity of someone watching a dangerous animal that might attack at any moment. His pudgy face was pale with shock, but there was something else there, too, a gleam of fascination that suggested he was already planning how he would tell this story to his friends at school. "Dad," he whispered, his voice high-pitched with excitement and fear. "Did you see his eyes? They were all glowy and weird." Vernon rounded on his son with surprising speed, his own terror manifesting as explosive anger. "Get upstairs," he barked. "Now. And don't say a word about this to anyone, do you understand me? Not a single word." But Dudley was 10 years old, and had never been particularly good at following instructions that didn't directly benefit him. He lingered in the doorway, his small eyes fixed on Harry with a mixture of fear and grudging respect that was entirely new to their relationship. For the first time in their lives, Harry was not the weak, helpless target that Dudley could torment with impunity. Something fundamental had shifted in the balance of power between them, and even Dudley's limited intelligence was sufficient to recognize the change. Harry pushed himself to his feet, his legs unsteady beneath him, as his human body readjusted to its normal proportions and capabilities. The kitchen floor was treacherous, warped and buckled in places where the intense heat had caused the underlying structure to shift and settle. Fragments of glass and metal crunched beneath his worn shoes as he moved toward the sink, seeking the relative stability of the counter to lean against. The water was still running, though the faucet itself had been twisted into an impossible shape by the magical forces that had swept through the room. Steam continued to rise from the overheated pipes, and Harry realized with distant surprise that his transformation had somehow affected the very plumbing of the house. The water that emerged was scalding hot, far beyond what the ancient water heater should have been capable of producing. He cupped his hands beneath the flow, letting the burning water pool in his palms without flinching. His human skin should have been blistered by the temperature, but instead he felt only a comfortable warmth that seemed to seep into his bones and chase away the chill that had been his constant companion for as long as he could remember. Another change, another sign that his transformation had left permanent alterations in its wake. The silence that had dominated the kitchen was suddenly shattered by the piercing wail of a smoke alarm, its electronic shriek cutting through the air like a physical blow. The sound seemed to break the spell that had held the Dursleys frozen, and Vernon burst into motion with the frantic energy of a man who had suddenly remembered that their supernatural family crisis was occurring in full view of their respectable suburban neighborhood. He lunged toward the alarm, his thick fingers fumbling with the small plastic device as he attempted to silence its warning cry, but his movements were clumsy with panic, and his first attempt only succeeded in knocking the detector from its mounting, sending it crashing to the floor, where it continued its electronic screaming with renewed vigor. "The neighbors," Vernon gasped, his face cycling through shades of purple that would have been comical under different circumstances. What if the neighbors heard? As if summoned by his words, the sound of voices began to filter through the walls from the adjoining properties. Mrs. Polkiss from next door was calling to her husband, her voice sharp with concern. Mr. Hendricks from across the street was shouting something about whether anyone needed help. The familiar sounds of suburban life continuing its normal rhythm seemed utterly surreal in the context of what had just occurred within the walls of number 4, Privet Drive. Vernon finally managed to silence the smoke alarm by the simple expedient of stomping on it with his considerable bulk, but the damage was already done. Through the cracked kitchen window, Harry could see curtains twitching in neighboring houses as curious residents attempted to determine the source of the commotion. A few of the braver souls had actually emerged from their front doors and were standing on their perfectly manicured lawns, their faces turned toward the Dursley house with expressions of polite concern that barely masked their burning curiosity. "We have to explain this," Petunia said, her voice tight with the particular strain that came from trying to maintain social respectability in the face of overwhelming evidence that her family was anything but normal. "We have to have a story." Her words triggered something in Vernon's panic-addled brain, and he straightened with the sudden, purposeful movement of a man who had found his footing in familiar territory. Vernon Dursley might not know how to handle his nephew's supernatural transformation, but he was an expert in the art of maintaining appearances. His entire adult life had been built around the careful construction of a facade of normalcy that would never attract unwanted attention or invite uncomfortable questions. "Electrical fire," he said, with the confidence of someone who had found the perfect solution to an impossible problem. Old wiring, faulty appliances, could have happened to anyone. But even as he spoke, his small eyes were taking in the extent of the damage with the calculating precision of someone trying to determine whether his insurance policy would cover supernatural destruction. The melted appliances could possibly be explained by electrical malfunction, but the warped floor and the patterns of heat damage that seemed to radiate outward from where Harry had stood would be more difficult to justify. Petunia was already moving, her sharp mind automatically cataloguing the tasks that would be required to make their story believable. She began gathering the fragments of destroyed appliances, her movements quick and efficient, despite the obvious terror that still dominated her features. There was something almost mechanical about her actions, as if she were following a script that had been prepared long in advance for exactly this type of emergency. Harry watched his relatives transform their supernatural crisis into a mundane domestic disaster with the expertise of seasoned professionals. It occurred to him that this was not the first time they had been forced to cover up evidence of his magical abilities. There had been other incidents over the years, smaller manifestations that he had dismissed as coincidence or imagination. The time his hair had grown back, overnight, after Petunia had given him a particularly savage haircut. The occasion when he had somehow appeared on the school roof after running from Dudley's gang, with no memory of how he had gotten there. The morning he had woken up speaking to the grass snake in the garden, only to convince himself that he had been dreaming. The Dursleys had been managing his magical outbursts for a decade, he realized with growing horror. They had known exactly what he was capable of, had been waiting for the day when his abilities would manifest in ways that could no longer be hidden or explained away. Their systematic abuse hadn't been random cruelty. It had been a deliberate attempt to suppress his magical nature, to keep him weak and frightened and ignorant of his own power. The sound of the doorbell cut through his revelation like a knife. Vernon and Petunia froze in their clean-up efforts, their faces reflecting the deer-in-headlights expression of people who had been caught in the middle of a crime. The electronic chime seemed impossibly loud in the context of their frantic preparations, and it was followed immediately by a concerned voice calling through the front door. "Hello. Is everything all right in there?" We heard the smoke alarm. "Mrs. Polkiss," Petunia whispered, her voice barely audible. She's probably brought half the neighborhood with her. Vernon's response was immediate and decisive. He grabbed Harry by the collar of his singed shirt and propelled him toward the cupboard under the stairs with surprising speed. "Back where you belong," he hissed. "Don't make a sound, don't come out, don't even breathe loudly." But as Harry was shoved toward his familiar prison, he felt the warmth in his chest pulse with renewed intensity. The phoenix that lived within his DNA was not interested in returning to the shadows, was not willing to be hidden away like a shameful secret that needed to be managed and controlled. The fire that had burned away the kitchen was nothing compared to the inferno of rage that suddenly blazed through Harry's consciousness. His transformation back into phoenix form was instantaneous this time, his human shape dissolving into magnificent bird form between one heartbeat and the next. The narrow hallway erupted with golden light as flames danced along his feathers, and the very air began to shimmer with waves of superheated atmosphere that made breathing difficult for anyone within a 20-foot radius. Vernon stumbled backward with a strangled cry, his hands raised defensively in front of his face, as if he could ward off the supernatural creature that his nephew had become. The wallpaper began to peel and curl away from the walls in long strips, and the ancient floorboards underneath the threadbare carpet started to emit wisps of smoke that carried the scent of burning wood. The doorbell rang again, followed by increasingly urgent knocking that suggested Mrs. Pocus was not going to be easily discouraged. Harry could hear additional voices joining the first, the sounds of concerned neighbors gathering on the front doorstep, with the determination of people who had decided that something was seriously wrong at number 4, Privet Drive. "You have to stop," Petunia whispered, her voice carrying a note of desperate pleading that Harry had never heard from her before. "Please, just stop. They can't see you like this." But Harry was beyond stopping. The rage that had triggered his second transformation was feeding on itself, growing stronger with each memory of abuse, each recollection of casual cruelty, each moment of his childhood that had been stolen by people who should have protected him. The fire that surrounded his phoenix form was no longer the controlled burn of his first change, but something wilder and more dangerous, something that sought to consume everything that had contributed to his suffering. The heat radiating from his body was approaching levels that threatened the structural integrity of the house itself. Paint was blistering on the walls throughout the ground floor, and somewhere upstairs a smoke alarm began its electronic shrieking as the temperature in the upper rooms climbed beyond safe limits. The very air seemed to catch fire around him, creating a column of superheated atmosphere that rose from his position toward the ceiling like an invisible chimney. Through the chaos of his transformation, Harry became aware of something that his human mind had missed during his first change. There were other voices responding to his phoenix song, distant calls that seemed to come from impossible directions. Birds throughout Little Whinging had begun to sing in harmony with his supernatural melody, their normal chirping replaced by something that approached music in its complexity and beauty. But it wasn't just the local bird population that was responding to his call. Somewhere in the distance, Harry could sense larger presences stirring, ancient creatures that had been sleeping in hidden places, but were now awakening to the sound of a new phoenix announcing its birth to the world. Their awareness touched his consciousness like fingers brushing against his mind, and through their connection, he began to understand the true scope of what he had become. He was not just Harry Potter who could transform into a phoenix. He was a phoenix who had been trapped in human form, finally awakening to his true nature after years of suppression and abuse. The difference was more than semantic. It meant that his magical abilities were not limited to simple transformation, but encompassed the full range of phoenix powers that had been documented throughout history: healing, rebirth, the ability to phase between the physical and spiritual worlds, telepathic communication with other magical creatures, flame teleportation across vast distances, and most importantly, the power to burn away anything that was false or corrupt, leaving only truth in its wake. The knocking at the front door had evolved into full-fledged pounding, and Harry could hear Mrs. Polkis calling for her husband to bring the spare key that they kept for emergencies. Vernon and Petunia were trapped between their supernatural nephew and their approaching neighbors, their carefully maintained facade of normalcy crumbling around them like a house of cards in a hurricane. "Please," Vernon wheezed, his voice strained by the superheated air that made every breath a struggle. "Please, just change back. We'll figure something out." But Harry was learning to understand the language of Phoenix fire, was beginning to recognize that his flames responded to his emotional state with an intelligence that seemed almost independent of his conscious control. His anger at years of abuse was feeding the inferno that surrounded him, but underneath that rage was something else, something that felt like desperate hope finally given voice. The fire began to change color, shifting from the angry red and orange of destruction to the golden hues of purification and renewal. Where the flames touched the walls, instead of causing further damage, they began to clean away years of accumulated grime and neglect. The shabby wallpaper that had been peeling away in strips was consumed entirely, revealing the solid wood beneath that had been hidden for decades. The threadbare carpet dissolved under the Phoenix fire, exposing hardwood floors that gleamed as if they had just been polished. Harry was not destroying the house, he realized with growing wonder. He was restoring it, burning away the layers of cheapness and neglect that the Dursleys had accumulated over the years to reveal the solid, well-built structure that lay beneath. The flames sought out everything that was false or temporary, consuming Petunia's collection of artificial flowers, Vernon's stack of crude magazines, Dudley's broken toys that had been scattered throughout the house for years. But the fire left untouched everything that was genuine or valuable. Family photographs that actually showed happy moments remained unharmed. Books that had been read with love and care sat safely on their shelves, while the dust that covered them was burned away. Even Dudley's few toys that showed signs of genuine play rather than destructive abuse were carefully preserved, while their broken or neglected companions were reduced to ash. The transformation of the house was happening with impossible speed, as if Harry's Phoenix fire was working outside the normal constraints of time and space. Room after room was being cleansed and restored, years of accumulated misery burning away, to reveal spaces that could actually be called a home, rather than simply a place where people existed in mutual antipathy. The sounds from outside were growing more urgent. Harry could hear additional voices joining the crowd that had gathered on the front doorstep, and someone was now calling for the fire department with the authority of a person who had decided that official intervention was required. Soon there would be uniformed personnel asking questions that could not be answered with stories about electrical fires and faulty appliances. Vernon seemed to realize this as well, because his panic took on a new quality of desperation that was almost painful to witness. A man whose entire identity was built around respectability and social conformity, he was facing the complete collapse of everything he had worked to build. His neighbors were about to discover that his household contained something that couldn't be explained, couldn't be rationalized, couldn't be dismissed as the kind of minor domestic crisis that happened to normal families. Harry felt the phoenix that lived in his soul respond to Vernon's terror with something that might have been compassion. Despite everything his uncle had done to him, despite the years of abuse and neglect and casual cruelty, he was still a human being, trapped in circumstances beyond his understanding or control. The fire that surrounded Harry's transformed body was not interested in causing pain to those who were merely ignorant rather than actively evil. Slowly, deliberately, Harry began to pull his flames back into himself, compressing the magnificent display of Phoenix fire until it was contained within the boundaries of his transformed body. The process required a level of control that he wasn't entirely sure he possessed, but somehow his Phoenix instincts seemed to understand what was needed. The superheated air began to cool, the pressure that had been building throughout the house began to dissipate, and the immediate danger of structural damage receded. As his flames settled into a more manageable display, Harry allowed his phoenix form to dissolve back into human shape. The transformation was smoother this time, less jarring, as if his body was beginning to learn the pathways between his two natures. He stood in the center of the restored hallway, his human form once again clothed in the oversized garments that marked his status as an unwanted dependent. But his eyes still held traces of the golden fire that had blazed so magnificently moments before. The house around them had been completely transformed. Gone was the shabby, neglected atmosphere that had characterized Number 4, Privet Drive, for as long as Harry could remember. In its place was a space that actually looked like a home, with clean walls, polished floors, and an overall sense of care and attention that had been absent for years. Even the air smelled different, cleaner somehow, as if Harry's phoenix fire had burned away more than just the visible signs of neglect. But there was no time to appreciate the changes, because the sounds from outside had reached a crescendo that could not be ignored. Multiple voices were calling through the door now, and someone was attempting to use the spare key that Mrs. Polkiss had mentioned. In moments, their supernatural family crisis would become a very public spectacle that would destroy any hope of maintaining the normal suburban life that Vernon prized above all else. Vernon and Petunia exchanged a look that spoke of 20 years of marriage and countless smaller crises that they had weathered together. Whatever else they might be, they were partners in the business of maintaining appearances, and they both understood that the next few minutes would determine whether their carefully constructed life would survive or collapse entirely. "We stick to the story," Vernon said, his voice rough but carrying the authority of a man who had made his decision. "Electrical fire, old wiring, everyone's fine." And he pointed directly at Harry with one thick finger. "Stays out of sight until this is over." But Harry was no longer the powerless child who could be ordered back into his cupboard whenever his existence became inconvenient. The warmth in his chest pulsed with quiet confidence, reminding him of the magnificent creature he could become whenever he chose. He was still physically small, still dependent on the Dursleys for food and shelter, still trapped by the legal and social structures that gave adults power over children. But he was no longer afraid. "I'll stay quiet," he said, his voice carrying a new quality of self-possession that made Vernon blink in surprise. "But I won't go back in the cupboard. Those days are over." The words hung in the air between them like a challenge, and for a moment it seemed as if Vernon might attempt to force the issue through his usual combination of threats and physical intimidation. But something in Harry's eyes, some lingering trace of the phoenix fire that had blazed there so recently, made the large man think better of such an approach. "Fine," Vernon muttered, though his tone suggested that the matter was far from settled. "Just stay out of the way." The front door opened at last, and the voices of concerned neighbors flooded into the house like water through a broken dam. Harry retreated to the shadows at the top of the stairs, positioning himself where he could observe the proceedings without being seen. From his vantage point, he watched his relatives perform the greatest acting job of their lives, transforming themselves from terrified witnesses of supernatural phenomena into grateful recipients of neighborhood concern. Mrs. Polkiss led the charge, her round face flushed with the excitement of someone who had appointed herself the coordinator of the emergency response. Behind her came a parade of neighbors that Harry recognized from years of observing life on Privet Drive from his bedroom window, all of them eager to help with whatever crisis had triggered their morning adventure. The story that Vernon and Petunia told was masterful in its simplicity. An electrical surge had caused multiple appliances to malfunction simultaneously, creating smoke and heat that had triggered the alarm systems. They were grateful that no one had been hurt, thankful for their neighbors' concern, and embarrassed that such a minor domestic issue had caused such a fuss. But Harry noticed things that the neighbors missed, the way Petunia's hands shook as she poured tea for their guests, the sweat that beaded on Vernon's forehead, despite the now normal temperature of the house, the careful way they steered conversation away from specifics and toward general expressions of gratitude and relief. Most importantly, he noticed that none of the neighbors questioned the dramatic improvement in the appearance of the house. The restored walls, the polished floors, the overall sense of cleanliness and care that Harry's phoenix fire had created seemed to be invisible to their visitors. They saw what they expected to see: a normal suburban home, occupied by a normal suburban family, dealing with the kind of minor crisis that could happen to anyone. Magic, Harry realized, was more than just the ability to transform into a phoenix or generate supernatural fire. It was the power to make people see what they needed to see, to blend the extraordinary into the ordinary so seamlessly that no one questioned the impossibility of what they were witnessing. As the neighbors gradually dispersed, each one carrying their own version of the morning's events to share with family and friends throughout Little Whinging, Harry remained hidden on the stairs. He watched his relatives close the door on the last of their visitors, and then stand in their transformed hallway, the silence settling around them like dust after a storm. For the first time in his 10 years of life, Harry Potter was not afraid of what would happen next. The phoenix that lived in his chest was content to wait, to watch, to see how the Dursleys would adapt to the new reality of their household. He had discovered something more valuable than freedom, more powerful than revenge. He had discovered that he was no longer alone. Somewhere in the distance, barely at the edge of hearing, the song of other magical creatures continued to whisper through the air. They were calling to him, welcoming him, promising him that his transformation was only the beginning of a much larger story. The warmth in his chest pulsed in rhythm with their distant voices, and Harry smiled with the quiet confidence of someone who had finally learned his own name. The phoenix was awake, and the world would never be the same. 3 days had passed since the kitchen fire, and number 4, Privet Drive, had settled into an uneasy rhythm that felt like walking on eggshells made of dynamite. The insurance investigator was due to arrive that morning, a fact that had transformed Vernon Dursley into a nervous wreck of barely contained panic. He had spent the previous evening rehearsing his story about faulty wiring and electrical surges, practicing the careful blend of grateful relief and sheepish embarrassment that he hoped would discourage any deeper investigation into the circumstances surrounding their domestic disaster. Harry watched his uncle's preparations from the shadows of the restored staircase, noting how Vernon's thick hands trembled as he arranged the evidence that would support their fabricated narrative. The melted remains of various appliances had been carefully positioned to suggest a cascade failure of electrical systems, and Vernon had even gone so far as to purchase a few additional burned components from a local electronics repair shop to make the damage appear more convincingly random. The transformation that Harry's phoenix fire had wrought upon the house remained invisible to adult eyes, but Harry himself could see every detail of the changes with crystal clarity. The walls that had been covered with cheap, peeling wallpaper now displayed the natural wood grain that had been hidden for decades. The floors that had been concealed beneath threadbare carpeting now gleamed with the warm luster of properly maintained hardwood. Even the air felt different, cleaner and lighter, as if years of accumulated misery had been burned away, along with the visible signs of neglect. But perhaps the most significant change was in Harry himself. The warmth that had triggered his initial transformation had evolved into something more controlled, more purposeful. He could feel it resting in his chest like a banked fire, ready to flare into full phoenix form at his conscious direction, but no longer threatening to overwhelm his human consciousness with unexpected eruptions of magical energy. The process of learning to control his abilities had been instinctive rather than intellectual, as if his phoenix nature carried within it the accumulated knowledge of every member of his species who had ever lived. During the quiet hours of the past 3 days, while the Dursleys had been occupied with their crisis management efforts, Harry had begun to experiment with the subtler aspects of his transformation. He had discovered that he could generate controlled amounts of heat without fully changing form, warming his chronically cold hands to a comfortable temperature that felt like holding them near a cozy fireplace. He had learned to enhance his vision, allowing his eyes to take on some of the extraordinary visual acuity of his phoenix form while maintaining his human appearance. Most remarkably, he had begun to develop a form of communication with the local bird population that transcended normal human understanding. The sparrows that nested in the eaves of number 4 now responded to his whispered calls, bringing him small gifts of interesting pebbles and bits of colored string that they seemed to think might please him. The old crow that had perched on the garden fence for years now turned its intelligent black eyes toward Harry's bedroom window each morning, offering what could only be described as a respectful nod of acknowledgement. These developments had not gone entirely unnoticed by the Dursleys, though their reactions varied considerably in both intensity and character. Vernon, true to form, had chosen to pretend that nothing unusual was happening, maintaining a careful facade of normalcy that seemed to require enormous amounts of mental energy to sustain. He spoke to Harry only when absolutely necessary, and then in the clipped, cautious tones of someone addressing a potentially dangerous animal that might bite without warning. Dudley's response had been more complex and infinitely more interesting. The pudgy boy who had spent his entire life using Harry as a convenient target for his inherited cruelty had undergone what could only be described as a fundamental reassessment of their relationship. Gone were the casual shoves, the mean-spirited taunts, the deliberate destruction of Harry's few possessions. In their place was a wary respect that bordered on outright fear, as if Dudley had finally grasped that his cousin was no longer the helpless victim he had always appeared to be. But it was Petunia's reaction that proved most revealing. Vernon might be able to maintain his willful ignorance, and Dudley might be content with simply avoiding potential conflict, but Harry's aunt had clearly recognized something in his transformation that went beyond simple magical manifestation. Her sharp features had taken on a hunted quality over the past 3 days, as if she were waiting for some long-dreaded reckoning to finally arrive at her doorstep. Harry had caught her watching him when she thought he wasn't looking, her pale eyes carrying an expression that mixed fear with something that might have been guilt. More significantly, he had noticed her making telephone calls at odd hours, speaking in whispers that barely carried beyond the kitchen doorway, but that conveyed an unmistakable sense of urgency and desperation. The insurance investigator arrived precisely at 9 o'clock, his punctuality marking him as the sort of methodical professional who would not be easily satisfied with incomplete explanations or convenient coincidences. Harry positioned himself at the top of the stairs where he could observe the proceedings without being seen, his enhanced hearing allowing him to follow every nuance of the conversation that was about to unfold in the sitting room below. Mr. Weatherby was a thin, precise man in his 50s, who carried himself with the quiet authority of someone accustomed to uncovering uncomfortable truths. His grey suit was immaculate, his briefcase organized with mathematical precision, and his pale eyes held the penetrating quality of someone who had learned to look beyond surface appearances to the underlying realities that people preferred to keep hidden. "Mr. Dursley," he began without preamble, settling into the chair that Vernon had indicated with the fluid grace of someone who had conducted thousands of similar interviews. "I've reviewed your initial claim regarding the electrical fire, and I must say, there are several aspects of the incident that warrant closer examination." Vernon's practiced smile became slightly strained around the edges, but he maintained his carefully rehearsed composure as he launched into the prepared explanation of cascading electrical failures and unfortunate timing. His performance was actually quite impressive, Harry had to admit, displaying exactly the right combination of technical ignorance and grateful relief that might be expected from a suburban homeowner who had narrowly avoided a serious domestic disaster. But Mr. Weatherby was clearly not convinced by the surface narrative. As Vernon spoke, the investigator's keen eyes were taking in details that most people would have missed entirely. The way the supposedly fire-damaged walls showed no signs of smoke, staining in the patterns that would be expected from an electrical fire. The curious fact that some appliances had been completely destroyed, while others, positioned in the same general area, remained completely unharmed. Most puzzling of all, the overall improvement in the condition of the house that was impossible to reconcile with any kind of destructive incident, "Your home appears to have been recently renovated," Mr. Weatherby observed with the casual tone of someone making polite conversation. "New flooring throughout, walls stripped and refinished, even the plumbing seems to have been updated. Quite an extensive project to have completed so recently." Vernon's face cycled through several shades of red before settling on a mottled purple that suggested his blood pressure was approaching dangerous levels. "Actually," he stammered, "we've been planning those improvements for some time. Just happened to coincide with the electrical problems." The lie hung in the air like a bad smell, and Harry could see from Mr. Weatherby's expression that the investigator was not buying a word of Vernon's explanation. But before the conversation could become openly confrontational, Petunia appeared in the doorway with a tea service that trembled visibly in her nervous hands. "Would you care for some tea, Mr. Weatherby?" she asked, her voice carrying the high-pitched quality that Harry recognized as a sign of extreme stress. The investigator accepted the offer with polite gratitude, but Harry noticed that his attention had shifted from Vernon to Petunia, with the focused intensity of a predator that had suddenly detected more promising prey. There was something in her demeanor that had clearly caught his professional interest, a quality of barely suppressed panic that went far beyond what would be expected from a simple insurance claim review. "Mrs. Dursley, Mr. Weatherby said as he accepted his cup of tea. "I understand you were present during the incident. Perhaps you could walk me through exactly what you observed." Petunia's response was immediate and vehement, but it carried the hollow ring of an explanation that had been rehearsed too many times to sound natural. She described hearing unusual sounds from the kitchen, discovering the smoke and electrical failures, and the family's quick response to ensure everyone's safety. But her account was filled with small inconsistencies and gaps that spoke of someone trying to remember a fictional story rather than recounting actual events. Harry found himself studying his aunt's face with his enhanced perception, noting the rapid flutter of her pulse at her throat, the way her hands clenched and unclenched in her lap, the occasional darting glances toward the ceiling as if she expected something to descend from above at any moment. She was terrified, he realized, but not of the insurance investigator or the potential consequences of a fraudulent claim. She was afraid of something much larger and more threatening than anything Mr. Weatherby represented. As the interview continued, Harry became aware of a new presence in his consciousness, a gentle pressure that felt like someone knocking politely at the door of his mind. The sensation was entirely unfamiliar, but something in his phoenix nature recognized it as a form of communication rather than an intrusion. He allowed his awareness to open cautiously, like someone peering through a crack in a curtain to see who might be standing on the doorstep. "Hello, little phoenix," a warm voice whispered directly into his thoughts. "Don't be frightened. I'm a friend." The mental contact was so unexpected that Harry nearly lost his careful balance on the stairs. He gripped the banister tightly, his human mind reeling from the impossibility of hearing someone speak inside his own head, while his phoenix nature responded to the contact with recognition and something that felt like relief. "Who are you?" he thought back, not entirely sure if his response would be received, but somehow confident that it would be. "My name is Arabella Figg, and I've been watching over you for a very long time," the voice replied with gentle amusement. "I live just down the street, and I think it's time we had a proper conversation about what you've become. Mrs. Figg." Harry knew the name, of course. She was the eccentric old woman who lived at Wisteria Walk, the one the Dursleys occasionally left him with when they needed someone to watch him during their family outings. He had always assumed she was simply a lonely elderly person who tolerated his presence in exchange for the small payment Vernon provided for her babysitting services. The idea that she might be something more, someone who had been deliberately placed in his life for reasons he couldn't begin to understand, sent a shiver of recognition through his enhanced awareness. "Can you get away from the house this afternoon?" the voice in his mind continued. "There are things you need to know. Things about yourself, and about the people who are supposed to be protecting you." Before Harry could formulate a response, The conversation in the sitting room below took a sudden turn that captured his complete attention. Mr. Weatherby had risen from his chair and was examining the walls with the focused intensity of someone who had discovered something significant. "This is quite remarkable," the investigator murmured, running his hand along the restored wood grain that Harry's phoenix fire had revealed. "The craftsmanship is extraordinary, but the finished work suggests it was completed very recently. Within the last few days, I would estimate." Vernon and Petunia exchanged a look of barely concealed panic, their carefully constructed story beginning to crumble under the weight of professional scrutiny. How Vernon attempted to maintain his deception, but his voice had taken on a desperate quality that made his lies even more transparent. "The thing is, Mr. Weatherby," he said, with the forced joviality of someone trying to sell a broken car, "we've had some work done recently by a local contractor. Emergency repairs, you understand. Had to move quickly to prevent further damage." "I see," Mr. Weatherby replied with the tone of someone who clearly did not see at all. "And the name of this contractor?" The silence that followed was pregnant with possibilities, each one more catastrophic than the last, for the Dursley family's carefully maintained facade of normalcy. Harry could practically hear his relatives' minds racing as they tried to invent a plausible name for the fictional contractor who had supposedly completed impossible renovations in the space of a single morning. It was Petunia who finally broke the deadlock, her voice carrying a note of resignation that suggested she had reached some internal decision about how much truth she was willing to reveal. "Actually, Mr. Weatherby, there's something you should know about our nephew." The words fell into the room like stones dropped into still water, creating ripples of consequence that would transform everything that followed. Vernon's face went white, then purple, then settled into a shade of grey that suggested his entire worldview was in the process of collapsing around him. "Petunia," he whispered, his voice hoarse with something that might have been terror. But his wife was beyond caring about his protests or his carefully laid plans for maintaining their secret. The strain of the past 3 days had finally broken through whatever psychological barriers had allowed her to pretend that Harry was nothing more than an ordinary boy with an unfortunate tendency toward accidents and coincidences. "Our nephew is not normal," she continued, her voice gaining strength as she finally gave voice to the truth she had been carrying for a decade. "He's like his parents were. Like that sister of mine. He can do things that ordinary people can't do." Mr. Weatherby set down his teacup with the deliberate care of someone who had just realized that his routine insurance investigation had taken a turn into territory that was far beyond his professional expertise. "Things," he repeated carefully. "Magic," Petunia said, the word emerging from her lips like something that had been trapped inside her for years and was finally breaking free. "Unnatural, impossible things. The fire wasn't caused by electrical problems. It was caused by him." The admission hung in the air like a confession of murder, and Harry found himself holding his breath as he waited to see how the insurance investigator would respond to this revelation. In his limited experience with the adult world, most grown-ups reacted to suggestions of magic with either dismissive laughter or concerned recommendations for psychiatric evaluation. But Mr. Weatherby's response was neither of these things. Instead, he leaned back in his chair with the expression of someone who had suddenly found the missing piece of a puzzle that had been troubling him for quite some time. "I see," he said again, but this time his tone carried an entirely different quality of understanding. "That does explain several aspects of the damage pattern that seemed inconsistent with a conventional electrical fire." Vernon's mouth fell open with such comical surprise that Harry had to stifle a laugh, despite the seriousness of the situation. His uncle had clearly expected the insurance investigator to react to Petunia's confession with either disbelief or alarm, not with the calm acceptance of someone who had dealt with similar situations before. "You believe her?" Vernon managed to croak. Mr. Weatherby smiled with the patient amusement of someone explaining something obvious to a particularly slow child. "Mr. Dursley, I've been investigating unusual insurance claims for over 20 years. Trust me when I tell you that your nephew's situation is far from unique. There are entire departments within our company that specialize in what we politely term non-conventional incidents. Harry felt his understanding of the world shift and realign like the pieces of a kaleidoscope forming new patterns. The idea that there might be other people like him, other children with abilities that defied normal explanation, had never occurred to him. He had assumed that his phoenix transformation was something unique and possibly dangerous, a freakish anomaly that would inevitably attract unwanted attention from authorities who would want to study or control him. But if Mr. Weatherby was telling the truth, if there were actually systems in place to handle magical insurance claims, then Harry's situation was part of something much larger than he had ever imagined. The implications were staggering, suggesting an entire hidden infrastructure that operated parallel to the normal world, but remained invisible to those who weren't directly involved. The conversation continued, but Harry found his attention drifting as he processed this new information. Through his enhanced hearing, he could detect the sound of Mrs. Figg moving around in her house several doors down, and her mental voice whispered again through their telepathic connection. "Now you're beginning to understand," she said with warm approval. "The world is much stranger and more wonderful than the Dursleys ever wanted you to know. But there are also dangers they've been trying to protect you from, even if their methods have been misguided and harmful." "What kind of dangers?" Harry thought back. "The kind that killed your parents," came the sobering response. "The kind that would very much like to get their hands on a phoenix animagus before he's old enough to defend himself properly." The weight of this revelation settled over Harry like a lead blanket. All his life, the Dursleys had told him that his parents had died in a car crash, ordinary people who had met an ordinary fate through nothing more dramatic than bad luck and poor driving. But if Mrs. Figg was telling the truth, if there were supernatural dangers that specifically targeted people like him, then everything he thought he knew about his family's history was yet another lie in a long chain of deceptions. In the sitting room below, Mr. Weatherby was explaining the procedures that would need to be followed for processing a magical insurance claim. There would be additional paperwork, he explained, and a specialist adjuster who would need to examine the premises to determine the exact nature and extent of the supernatural damage. The process was more complicated than a standard claim, but it was far from impossible. Vernon listened to these explanations with the glazed expression of someone whose entire worldview was being systematically demolished and rebuilt in the space of a single conversation. His careful plans for maintaining normalcy and avoiding unwanted attention had been rendered completely irrelevant by forces he had never imagined existed. "There is one thing," Mr. Weatherby continued, his tone becoming slightly more serious. "Given the nature of your nephew's abilities, there are certain protocols that must be followed. The relevant authorities will need to be notified, and there may be additional safety inspections required to ensure that the household is properly equipped to handle future incidents." "What authorities?" Petunia asked, though her voice suggested she already suspected the answer. "The Ministry of Magic, of course," Mr. Weatherby replied, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. "They maintain oversight of all underage magical activity, particularly in cases where significant property damage has occurred." Harry felt his phoenix nature respond to the mention of official magical oversight with something that was definitely not enthusiasm. Whatever bureaucratic apparatus governed the magical world, his instincts suggested that drawing their attention was unlikely to improve his situation in any meaningful way. The warmth in his chest pulsed with what felt like a warning, as if his phoenix nature carried genetic memories of previous encounters with magical authorities that had not ended well. Mrs. Figg's mental voice echoed his concerns with remarkable precision. "Yes," she whispered into his consciousness, "that's exactly the problem. The Ministry has been watching you since you were a baby, and they have very specific ideas about how your life should unfold. Ideas that don't necessarily take your own wishes into account." "Can you help me?" Harry thought desperately. "I can try," she replied, but her mental voice carried a note of uncertainty that was far from reassuring. But first, you need to understand exactly what you're dealing with. This afternoon, when your relatives are occupied with their official visitors, slip away to my house. It's time you learned the truth about who you really are. The conversation in the sitting room was winding down, with Mr. Weatherby providing contact information for the specialists who would be following up on the claim. As he prepared to leave, he turned to address one final comment directly toward the ceiling, as if he somehow knew that Harry was listening from his position on the stairs. "Young man," he said, with the calm authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed, "I'm sure you're finding all of this quite overwhelming. But I want you to know that you're not alone, and you're not in trouble. There are people who understand what you're going through, and they're here to help." The words were clearly intended to be reassuring, but Harry found them deeply unsettling instead. The idea that strange adults he had never met were already making plans for his future, already deciding what kind of help he needed, whether he wanted it or not, triggered every defensive instinct his phoenix nature possessed. After Mr. Weatherby left, the Dursleys retreated to the kitchen for what was clearly going to be a crisis management meeting of epic proportions. Harry could hear their voices, rising and falling in urgent whispers, punctuated by Vernon's occasional explosive outbursts and Petunia's sharp responses. They were arguing about what to do next, how to handle the official attention that was now inevitably coming their way, and what role Harry should play in the events that were about to unfold. But Harry was no longer interested in their plans or their fears. The warmth in his chest was pulsing with increasing urgency, as if his phoenix nature was responding to some invisible threat that his human consciousness couldn't yet perceive. Through his enhanced senses, he could detect signs of unusual activity throughout Little Whinging. Cars that didn't belong to local residents were parked on streets where they had no business being. People in unremarkable clothing were walking routes that seemed designed for observation rather than transportation. Someone was watching number 4, Privet Drive, and they were doing it with the professional competence of people who had considerable experience in covert surveillance. Mrs. Figg's mental voice whispered through his consciousness one last time before the connection faded. "This afternoon," she urged. "Don't wait too long. Things are moving faster than I expected, and you need to understand what's happening before they arrive to collect you." Harry spent the rest of the morning in his room, ostensibly reading one of Dudley's discarded comic books, but actually practicing the more subtle aspects of his phoenix abilities. He learned that he could enhance his hearing far beyond normal human levels, allowing him to eavesdrop on conversations taking place several houses away. He discovered that his vision could be adjusted to perceive heat signatures, revealing the location and movement patterns of every living creature within a considerable radius. Most importantly, he began to experiment with partial transformation, allowing specific parts of his body to take on phoenix characteristics while maintaining his overall human appearance. His eyes could shift to the golden fire of his transformed state, giving him access to supernatural perception while remaining outwardly normal. His hands could generate controlled heat without producing visible flames, allowing him to warm objects through simple contact. These abilities filled him with a growing sense of confidence and possibility, but they also raised disturbing questions about the true extent of his capabilities. If he could accomplish so much with only minor modifications to his human form, what might he be able to do with a complete phoenix transformation? The memories that sometimes whispered through his consciousness during moments of deep concentration suggested that his species possessed abilities that went far beyond simple flame generation and physical transformation. Healing that could resurrect the recently dead, telepathic communication across vast distances, the ability to phase between physical and spiritual dimensions, most remarkably, the power to burn away anything that was false or corrupt, leaving only essential truth in its wake. The implications were staggering, but they also carried responsibilities that Harry wasn't sure he was ready to accept. If he truly possessed such abilities, if he was capable of wielding that kind of power, then the casual existence he had been imagining for himself was probably impossible. People with abilities like that didn't get to live normal lives, didn't get to fade into comfortable anonymity, didn't get to choose their own paths without interference from those who would want to use or control them. The afternoon brought the promised visit from the ministry specialists, a development that transformed Number 4, Privet Drive, into the center of activity that Vernon had spent his entire adult life trying to avoid. The officials who arrived were dressed in clothing that seemed designed to be forgettable, but Harry's enhanced perception could detect the subtle wrongness that marked them as people who didn't quite belong in a suburban neighborhood. They conducted their examination with methodical thoroughness, measuring and photographing and making notes in languages that Harry couldn't identify. But more disturbing than their official activities was the way they kept glancing toward his bedroom window, as if they were as interested in observing him as they were in documenting the magical damage to the house. When their work was finally complete, one of the officials remained behind to speak privately with the Dursleys, while the others departed in their unremarkable vehicles. Harry positioned himself where he could observe this final conversation, his enhanced hearing allowing him to follow every word that was exchanged in the sitting room below. The remaining official was a woman with grey hair and sharp features, who introduced herself as Mrs. Umbridge from the Ministry's Underage Magic Office. Her voice carried the syrupy sweetness that Harry had learned to associate with adults who specialized in controlling children through manipulation rather than direct authority. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, she began with false warmth, I want to thank you for your cooperation during what must be a very difficult time. I'm sure you understand that Harry's situation requires careful management to ensure everyone's safety. Vernon and Petunia nodded with the nervous enthusiasm of people who had decided that cooperation was their only viable survival strategy. They had clearly abandoned any hope of maintaining their previous fiction about electrical fires and normal domestic problems. The good news, Mrs. Umbridge continued, is that arrangements can be made to provide Harry with the specialized education he needs to control his abilities. There are schools that specialize in children with his particular talents, and we're prepared to offer him a place immediately. Harry felt his phoenix nature react to this announcement with alarm that was almost physical in its intensity. The warmth in his chest flared into something approaching actual heat, and for a moment his vision took on the golden tinge of his transformed state. Whatever these specialized schools were, whatever kind of education they provided, his instincts were screaming warnings about the dangers of accepting such offers. Mrs. Figg's mental voice whispered urgently through their telepathic connection. Now, she urged. Come now, before they finish their conversation. There are things you need to know before you make any decisions about your future. Harry slipped quietly down the stairs and out the back door, his enhanced senses allowing him to move through the house without detection, despite the presence of trained magical personnel in the sitting room. The garden was bathed in afternoon sunlight that felt warm against his skin, and the familiar sounds of suburban life continued their normal rhythm, as if nothing extraordinary were happening at Number 4, Privet Drive. But Harry could sense the watchers positioned throughout the neighborhood, could feel their attention like physical pressure against his enhanced awareness. Whatever decisions he made in the next few hours would determine whether he retained any control over his own destiny, or whether he would become just another child whose life was managed by adults who claimed to know what was best for him. The warmth in his chest pulsed with quiet determination as he made his way toward Mrs. Figg's house. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was about to learn the truth about who he really was, and he was going to make his own choices about what to do with that knowledge. The Phoenix was ready to hear its own story, and the world was about to discover what happened when someone tried to cage a creature that was born to fly free. Mrs. Arabella Figg's house at Wisteria Walk had always struck Harry as a place where time moved differently than in the rest of Little Whinging. The small Victorian cottage seemed to exist in its own pocket of reality, surrounded by gardens that bloomed with impossible abundance, despite the mediocre Surrey soil, and Petunia's frequent complaints about the woman's failure to maintain proper suburban standards. Now, as Harry approached the front door with his enhanced phoenix perception fully active, he understood why the house had always felt so different from everything else in his carefully controlled world. Magic saturated every inch of the property like morning dew, invisible to normal eyes but blazing like a beacon to Harry's transformed senses. The garden wasn't just unusually lush, it was actively enchanted, each plant tended by spells that encouraged growth and health in ways that transcended natural horticulture. The windows weren't just clean, they were warded against observation by anyone who might be watching from a distance. Even the front door, painted a cheerful yellow that Petunia had always dismissed as garish, hummed with protective enchantments that would discourage unwanted visitors while welcoming those who truly belonged. Mrs. Figg answered Harry's knock before his knuckles had finished touching the wood, as if she had been waiting by the entrance for his arrival. But the woman who opened the door bore little resemblance to the harmless, slightly dotty elderly lady who had occasionally babysat him over the years. Gone was the stooped posture that had made her seem frail and unthreatening. Absent were the thick glasses and the faded floral dresses that had marked her as just another forgettable suburban resident. The real Arabella Figg stood straight and proud, her grey hair pulled back in a practical bun that revealed sharp, intelligent features and eyes that glowed with the same inner fire that Harry had begun to recognize in his own reflection. She wore robes of deep purple that seemed to shimmer with their own internal light, and her hands, no longer disguised by arthritis gloves, moved with the fluid grace of someone who had spent decades working magic as naturally as breathing. "Harry Potter," she said, and her voice carried harmonics that seemed to resonate directly with his phoenix nature. "Welcome to my real home." The interior of the cottage had been transformed as completely as its owner. Where Harry remembered cluttered rooms filled with cat photographs and the musty smell of old age, he now found himself in spaces that could have been lifted from a fairy tale. The sitting room was illuminated by floating candles that cast warm, dancing light across walls lined with books that seemed to whisper secrets to each other in languages he couldn't identify. Comfortable chairs upholstered in midnight blue fabric surrounded a fireplace where flames burned without consuming the logs beneath them, and the air was filled with the scent of herbs and flowers that had never grown in any earthly garden. But it was the cats that truly marked this as a place where magic lived openly and without apology. There were dozens of them, but these were not the ordinary house cats that Harry had expected to find. Some were larger than any domestic breed he had ever seen, with coats that shimmered like liquid starlight and eyes that held intelligence far beyond anything that should have existed in the animal kingdom. Others were smaller and more delicate, with wings that caught the candlelight and voices that sang in harmonies that made Harry's phoenix nature respond with recognition and joy. "Sit," Mrs. Figg commanded, indicating a chair that seemed to mold itself to his body as he settled into its embrace. "We have a great deal to discuss, and I'm afraid we have very little time in which to do it." Harry found his voice at last, though it emerged as little more than a whisper. "How long have you known what I am?" "Since the moment you were born," she replied without hesitation. "I was there, Harry. I was present at your parents' house on the night they died, and I was one of the people who argued against placing you with the Dursleys. But I was overruled by those who believed they knew better, and I've been watching over you ever since, waiting for the day when your true nature would finally emerge." The casual reference to his parents' death hit Harry like a physical blow. All his life, the few details he had been given about James and Lily Potter had come filtered through the Dursleys' lens of resentment and deliberate ignorance. They had been freaks, according to Vernon. They had been involved in dangerous activities that normal people avoided, according to Petunia. They had died in a car crash, according to the official story that no one had ever bothered to question in his presence. But Mrs. Figg's words suggested that whatever had really happened to his parents was far more complex and far more significant than anything the Dursleys had ever admitted. The warmth in his chest pulsed with something that felt like ancestral memory, as if his phoenix nature carried within it echoes of events that had occurred years before his human consciousness had existed. "Tell me about my parents," he said, and his voice carried a note of command that surprised him with its authority. "Tell me the truth about how they died." Mrs. Figg studied his face for a long moment, her sharp eyes taking in the golden flecks that had begun to appear in his human irises, the subtle changes in his posture that spoke of growing confidence, the way the very air around him seemed to shimmer with barely contained heat. When she spoke, her voice carried the weight of someone who understood that the words she was about to speak would change everything that followed. "Your parents were killed by a wizard named Tom Marvolo Riddle, though by the time of their deaths he was known by the name he had chosen for himself, Lord Voldemort. He had been waging a war against the magical government of Britain for nearly a decade, seeking to establish a new order based on blood purity and the supremacy of those he considered to be true wizards. Your parents were members of a resistance organization called the Order of the Phoenix, and they had information that Voldemort desperately wanted to obtain. The name Voldemort struck Harry's consciousness like a bell tolling in a cathedral, setting up resonances that seemed to echo through every fiber of his being. His phoenix nature recognized something in that name, something ancient and corrupted, and fundamentally wrong in ways that transcended simple evil. The warmth in his chest flared into actual heat, and for a moment the air around him took on the golden shimmer of his transformed state. "But there's more," Mrs. Figg continued, her voice becoming even more serious. "Voldemort didn't just want to kill your parents. He came to Godric's Hollow specifically to kill you, Harry. There was a prophecy, you see, that spoke of a child who would have the power to defeat the Dark Lord. Voldemort believed that prophecy referred to you." Harry felt the world shift beneath him, like the deck of a ship in heavy seas. The idea that he had been specifically targeted as a baby, that his parents had died protecting him from a threat that had come looking for him personally, transformed his understanding of his own existence in ways that were almost too large to comprehend. He had always known that he was different, had always suspected that there was something about him that set him apart from other people, but the notion that he might be important enough for someone to commit murder to eliminate him was beyond anything he had ever imagined. "Obviously," Mrs. Figg said with dry humor, "Voldemort failed in his attempt to kill you. The killing curse that destroyed your parents rebounded when it struck you, destroying Voldemort's physical form and leaving you with nothing more than a scar and a story that the wizarding world would never forget. You became famous, Harry, as the boy who lived, the only person in recorded history to survive the Avada Kedavra curse." Harry's hand moved instinctively to his forehead, where the lightning bolt scar that had marked him for as long as he could remember suddenly took on an entirely different significance. It wasn't just an unusual birthmark or the result of the car crash that had supposedly killed his parents. It was a wound left by dark magic, a permanent reminder of the night when someone had tried to murder him as a baby and failed. "But why?" he asked, his voice barely audible. "Why would someone want to kill a baby? What could I possibly have done to deserve that?" "Nothing," Mrs. Figg replied firmly. "You were chosen by prophecy, not by any action of your own. That's the terrible burden you've carried all your life without knowing it, Harry. You're not just a phoenix animagus, though that's remarkable enough. You're the focus of a conflict that has been brewing for generations, a war between light and darkness that won't end until one side or the other achieves final victory." The weight of this revelation settled over Harry like a lead cloak, heavy with implications that he wasn't sure he was ready to accept. The lonely, frightened boy who had spent his childhood hiding in cupboards and hoping to avoid notice had been replaced by someone who was apparently destined to play a crucial role in events that affected the entire magical world. The transformation was more dramatic than anything his phoenix abilities could accomplish, and far more terrifying. Mrs. Fig seemed to sense his emotional turmoil because she leaned forward in her chair and spoke with the gentle authority of someone who had spent years helping young people navigate impossible circumstances. "I know this is overwhelming, Harry. Believe me when I tell you that I argued long and hard against keeping you in ignorance for so long. But Albus Dumbledore, who leads the Order of the Phoenix, believed that you needed to have as normal a childhood as possible before learning about your destiny." Dumbledore, another name that struck resonances in Harry's consciousness, though this one carried different harmonics than the mention of Voldemort. Where the Dark Lord's name had triggered responses of revulsion and opposition, Dumbledore's identity awakened something that felt like recognition mixed with wariness. His phoenix nature seemed to know this person, seemed to have opinions about his character and motivations that Harry's human mind couldn't quite access. "He's the one who decided I should live with the Dursleys," Harry said, and it wasn't a question. "Yes," Mrs. Fig confirmed with a note of regret in her voice. "Albus believed that the blood protection your mother's sacrifice created would keep you safe as long as you lived with her sister. What he didn't anticipate was the level of abuse and neglect you would suffer, or the way that trauma would affect the development of your magical abilities." Harry felt his phoenix nature respond to this explanation with something that definitely qualified as anger. The warmth in his chest flared into heat that made the air around him shimmer, and one of Mrs. Fig's magical cats looked up from its nap with ears that twitched in response to the supernatural energy he was radiating. "So he knew," Harry said, his voice carrying an edge that would have been impossible for his human nature to produce. "He knew what they were doing to me, and he let it continue because he thought it was for the greater good." Mrs. Fig's expression became deeply uncomfortable, and she was quiet for several long moments before responding. "Albus Dumbledore is a great man, Harry, but he sometimes forgets that good intentions don't justify harmful methods. He believed that your suffering would make you stronger, would give you the emotional resilience you would need to face Voldemort when the time came. What he didn't understand was that you were already much stronger than he realized." The conversation was interrupted by a soft, chiming sound that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Mrs. Fig's head snapped up with the alertness of someone who had just heard an alarm, and several of her cats began moving with the purposeful grace of creatures that had been trained for specific defensive actions. "They're coming," she said, her voice tight with urgency. "Sooner than I expected. Albus must have realized that you've awakened to your true nature, and he's sending people to collect you before you can make any independent decisions about your future." Through the cottage's enchanted windows, Harry could see figures approaching through the late afternoon shadows. They moved with the careful coordination of people who had worked together many times before, and even at a distance, his enhanced senses could detect the magical energy that surrounded them, like halos of controlled power. These weren't ordinary ministry officials or insurance investigators. These were serious practitioners of magic, people who could represent either salvation or a more sophisticated form of imprisonment. Mrs. Fig rose from her chair with fluid grace, her hands already weaving patterns in the air that caused the cottage's defensive wards to strengthen and solidify. The windows became opaque, cutting off observation from outside while maintaining clear views for those within. The front door sealed itself with locks that gleamed with their own inner fire. Even the garden outside began to shift and change, paths becoming more complex, hedges growing taller, flowers blooming with colors that hurt to look at directly. "Harry," she said, without taking her attention away from her magical preparations, "you have a choice to make, and you need to make it quickly. You can go with them when they arrive, submit to their plans for your education and development, and trust that they know what's best for your future. Or you can choose a different path, one that will be more dangerous, but will allow you to grow into your abilities without institutional oversight. The choice she was offering felt like standing at the edge of a cliff with safe but restrictive ground behind him and an unknown landscape spread out ahead that could lead either to freedom or to disaster. Harry's human nature counseled caution, urged him to accept the guidance of adults who presumably had experience dealing with situations like his. But his phoenix nature was singing a different song, one that spoke of independence and self-determination, and the fundamental impossibility of caging something that was born to fly. "What would happen if I went with them?" he asked. "You would be enrolled at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where you would receive an excellent magical education alongside other children your age. You would live in dormitories, eat regular meals, have access to teachers and resources that could help you develop your abilities safely and systematically. You would make friends, learn about the magical world, and gradually be prepared for whatever role Dumbledore believes you should play in the coming conflict." It sounded reasonable, even attractive. The idea of having enough food to eat, of sleeping in a real bed rather than a cupboard, of learning alongside other children who possessed magical abilities, was appealing to someone who had spent his entire life as an unwanted outsider. But there was something in Mrs. Figg's tone that suggested she was describing a gilded cage rather than genuine freedom. "And the other choice," he asked, "would mean leaving behind everything you've ever known and trusting people you've never met to help you develop abilities that even we don't fully understand. You would be hunted by both Dumbledore's people and by Voldemort's followers when word of your awakening spreads through the magical community. You would have to learn to use your phoenix powers not just for transformation and flight, but for survival against enemies who would stop at nothing to capture or kill you." The approaching figures had reached Mrs. Figg's front garden, and Harry could hear voices calling his name with the confident authority of people who were accustomed to being obeyed. The leader of the group was speaking in the measured tones of someone making official announcements, explaining that they were here to help, that everything would be explained, that there was nothing to fear from cooperating with their requests. But Harry's enhanced hearing could detect the subtle wrongness in their words, the careful phrasing that promised cooperation while avoiding any commitment to genuine choice or independence. These were people who believed they knew what was best for him, who were prepared to make decisions about his future, whether he agreed with them or not. "Mrs. Figg," he said, and his voice carried a note of determination that surprised him with its strength. "If I choose the harder path, will you help me?" She turned to face him fully, and her eyes blazed with the same golden fire that sometimes appeared in his own reflection. "I've been waiting 10 years for you to ask me that question," she replied. "Yes, Harry, I will help you. There are others who will help you as well. People who believe that young Phoenix should be free to choose their own destinies rather than having their futures decided by others, no matter how well-intentioned those others might be." The front door began to vibrate under the influence of magic being applied from outside. Whoever had come to collect Harry possessed considerable power and were clearly prepared to overcome Mrs. Figg's defenses through brute force, if necessary. But their aggressive approach only confirmed Harry's growing suspicions about the kind of help they were offering. "How?" he asked. "How do we get away from people who can do magic?" Mrs. Figg smiled, and her expression carried the confidence of someone who had been planning for this moment for a very long time. "By using magic of our own, of course. But first, you need to understand something important about your Phoenix abilities. Everything you've experienced so far, all the transformations and fire control and enhanced senses, that's just the beginning. Phoenix magic isn't bound by the same rules that limit other forms of magical expression. When you're in your true form, you can do things that even the most experienced wizards would consider impossible. Such as, Harry asked, though he was already beginning to suspect the answer. Such as teleporting instantly across vast distances through flame. Such as becoming temporarily incorporeal to pass through solid barriers, such as healing injuries that should be fatal, and most importantly for our current situation, such as masking your magical signature so completely that even the most sophisticated tracking spells can't follow you. As she spoke, Mrs. Fig was moving through her cottage with the efficiency of someone executing a long-rehearsed plan. Books disappeared into bags that were clearly larger on the inside than the outside. Magical artifacts were secured in containers that hummed with protective enchantments. Her cats, both ordinary and extraordinary, began filing out through what appeared to be a solid wall, but was apparently some form of concealed doorway. "The house is compromised," she explained as she worked. "I've maintained this identity for 10 years, but now that you've awakened, they'll know I was more than just a harmless old woman keeping an eye on you. We need to be gone before they break through the defenses, and we need to disappear so completely that they can't track us to wherever we're going next." "Where are we going?" Harry asked. "To meet some people who have been waiting a very long time to welcome you home," Mrs. Fig replied. "People who understand what it means to be a phoenix in a world that wants to control everything it doesn't understand." The front door exploded inward with a flash of light that temporarily blinded Harry's enhanced vision. Through the chaos of splintering wood and magical energy, he could hear authoritative voices calling his name, demanding that he present himself immediately for his own safety. But their tone carried the unmistakable arrogance of people who believed their authority gave them the right to make decisions for others. Harry's response was instinctive and immediate. The warmth in his chest exploded outward as his human form dissolved into the magnificent phoenix that represented his true nature. But this transformation was different from his previous changes. Instead of the localized fire that had destroyed the Dursleys' kitchen or the controlled heat that had restored their house, Harry's phoenix form blazed with power that seemed to draw energy from sources beyond the physical world. His flames were no longer red and gold, but white-hot with intensities that approached the temperature of stars. His wings, when fully extended, cast shadows that seemed to bend light around them in impossible ways. His song, when he threw back his head and gave voice to his joy at finally embracing his complete nature, carried harmonics that resonated through dimensions that existed beyond normal space and time. The effect on Mrs. Fig's cottage was instantaneous and dramatic. Instead of causing destruction, Harry's phoenix fire began transforming the building itself, converting solid matter into flames that danced and swirled without consuming anything they touched. The cottage didn't burn, it became fire, a structure made of living flame that existed in the same physical space while simultaneously occupying a completely different plane of reality. Mrs. Fig stepped into the heart of Harry's transformation without hesitation, her own form beginning to shimmer as she drew on magical abilities that she had kept hidden for a decade. The people who had come to collect Harry were powerful wizards, but they were bound by conventional understanding of how magic worked. They had never encountered phoenix fire that could rewrite the fundamental nature of matter itself. "Ready?" she asked, her voice somehow audible, despite the roar of flames that surrounded them. Harry's response came not in words, but in the pure communication of phoenix song, a melody that spoke of freedom and determination, and absolute refusal to be caged by anyone for any reason. Together they stepped forward into fire that welcomed them like coming home, and in an instant that felt like both forever and no time at all, they were gone. Behind them, the cottage collapsed into normal matter and normal flames that left nothing but ash and the bitter smell of burned wood. The wizards who had come to collect Harry Potter found only empty rooms and the lingering traces of magic unlike anything they had ever encountered before. But Harry was no longer Harry Potter, the unwanted boy who lived in a cupboard at number 4, Privet Drive. He had become something new, something that existed between worlds and beyond the reach of those who would control him. The phoenix had awakened to its true nature, and the magical world was about to discover what happened when something that was meant to be free finally learned how to fly. The sensation of traveling through Phoenix fire was unlike anything Harry could have imagined. His human consciousness, still learning to process experiences that transcended normal physical reality, struggled to comprehend the journey through spaces that existed between the conventional dimensions of matter and energy. He was simultaneously himself and not himself, a being of pure intention, moving through a universe made of crystallized possibility, where thought became form and desire shaped the very fabric of existence. The fire that carried them was not destructive, but transformative, not consuming, but creating. Through the flames, Harry could perceive layers of reality that most magical beings never suspected existed. There were worlds within worlds, dimensions where magic flowed like water, and consciousness took forms that bore no resemblance to anything that had ever drawn breath in the physical universe. Most remarkably, he could sense the presence of other phoenixes throughout these impossible spaces, ancient beings whose songs created the harmonic foundation that allowed travel through the fire to be possible at all. When the journey ended, Harry found himself standing in a place that defied every assumption he had ever made about what the world contained. They were in a vast cavern that seemed to have been carved from a single enormous crystal, its walls reflecting light that had never known the touch of any earthly sun. The air itself glowed with a soft luminescence that made everything visible without creating shadows, and the ground beneath his feet felt warm and alive in ways that suggested the entire space was somehow a living entity, rather than simply a geographical location. But it was the inhabitants of this sanctuary that truly captured Harry's attention. There were perhaps 24 people scattered throughout the crystal chamber, and every one of them carried the unmistakable signs of having been touched by magic in ways that went far beyond conventional spellcasting. Some bore physical transformations that marked them as shapeshifters or magical hybrids. Others radiated power that made the air around them shimmer with barely contained energy. A few seemed to exist partially in this dimension and partially elsewhere, their forms flickering between solid matter and something that approached pure thought. Mrs. Figg stepped out of the phoenix fire with the easy grace of someone who had made this journey many times before, her own magical nature now burning openly without any need for concealment. But even she seemed subdued by the grandeur of their surroundings, moving through the crystal cavern with the reverence of someone entering a sacred space. "Welcome to the sanctuary," she said, her voice carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate with the crystal walls themselves. "This is the oldest refuge for magical beings who refuse to submit to institutional control. It's been hidden here for over 1,000 years, protecting those who choose freedom over safety, independence over security." Harry allowed his phoenix form to dissolve back into human shape, though he maintained the enhanced senses and heightened awareness that his transformation had awakened. Through his supernatural perception, he could detect the incredible complexity of the magical protections that surrounded this place. The sanctuary wasn't just hidden from normal observation, it existed in a state of quantum superposition that made it simultaneously present and absent from conventional reality. Anyone who found this place would have to be specifically invited, and anyone who threatened it would discover that their attacks were striking targets that weren't quite there. The first person to approach them was a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, though something in her eyes suggested she had experienced far more than any normal human lifetime could contain. Her hair was the silver white of starlight, and her skin held a luminescence that spoke of magic so deeply integrated into her being that it had become indistinguishable from life itself. When she moved, reality seemed to bend slightly around her, as if the fundamental laws of physics recognized her as something that transcended their normal authority. "Arabella," the woman said, and her voice carried the musical quality of someone who had learned to speak in harmonies rather than simple words. "You've brought him at last." "This is Selena," Mrs. Figg said, by way of introduction. "She's the current keeper of the sanctuary, and she's been preparing for your arrival, since the moment your phoenix nature first manifested." Selena's attention focused on Harry with an intensity that made him feel simultaneously examined and welcomed. Her silver eyes seemed to look through his human form, to perceive the phoenix that lived within, and when she spoke again, her words carried the weight of prophecy made manifest. "Harry Potter," she said, and the name rang through the crystal chamber like a bell tolling in a cathedral. "The last phoenix of the ancient bloodlines. We've been waiting for you to awaken for longer than you can imagine." The phrase "last phoenix" struck Harry's consciousness with the force of recognition, as if it named something that his deepest nature had always known, but his human mind had never been able to articulate. Through the genetic memories that whispered at the edges of his awareness, he could sense the presence of his predecessors, phoenixes whose powers had shaped the magical world in ways that history had forgotten or deliberately obscured. "What does that mean?" he asked, though he was already beginning to suspect that the answer would transform his understanding of everything that had happened to him. "It means," Selena replied with the patient tone of someone explaining something fundamental to a student who was finally ready to learn, "that you are not just a wizard who can transform into a phoenix. You are the inheritor of a magical lineage that predates human civilization by millennia. Your kind were the first magical beings to achieve conscious control over the forces of creation and destruction, and your abilities are limited only by your understanding of your own nature." As she spoke, other inhabitants of the sanctuary began to gather around them, drawn by curiosity and what appeared to be genuine excitement at Harry's arrival. They were a diverse group, representing magical traditions and species that Harry had never imagined could exist. There was a man whose skin seemed to be made of living stone, his movements creating small earthquake tremors that the crystal floor absorbed without damage. A woman whose hair was actually composed of flowing water that somehow maintained its shape despite having no solid structure. Twin children whose eyes held the swirling depths of galaxies, as if they carried entire universes within their consciousness. But it was the elderly man who approached last that commanded Harry's complete attention. He moved with the careful precision of someone whose body was failing, but whose spirit remained indomitable, and his presence seemed to create a zone of calm authority that everyone else automatically respected. When he spoke, his voice carried the accumulated wisdom of decades spent in the study of magic that most practitioners never suspected existed. "My name is Aurelius," he said, extending a hand that trembled slightly with age but radiated power that made the air around it glow. "I was the last person to speak with your parents before they went into hiding, and I was the one who helped them understand what your birth would mean for the future of our world." The mention of his parents hit Harry like a physical blow, but instead of the grief and confusion he had always felt when thinking about James and Lily Potter, he experienced something that felt like completion. These people had known his parents not as the vague, idealized figures that the Dursleys had dismissed, or the legendary heroes that Mrs. Figg had described, but as real individuals who had made specific choices about how to use abilities that were apparently far more significant than anyone had ever explained. "They knew, didn't they?" Harry said, and it wasn't a question. "They knew what I would become." "Your father was a Phoenix Animagus as well," Aurelius confirmed, though his abilities were still developing when Voldemort targeted your family. "Your mother possessed a different but related gift, the ability to weave protection spells that could transcend death itself. Together, they created the magical foundation that allowed you to survive the killing curse and emerge from that experience with your phoenix nature fully awakened." The implications were staggering. Harry had always assumed that his transformation was something that had happened to him, a random, magical manifestation, triggered by extreme stress and desperation. But if both his parents had possessed supernatural abilities, if his survival of Voldemort's attack had been the result of deliberate magical preparation rather than simple luck, then his entire understanding of his own identity needed to be fundamentally revised. Through the enhanced awareness that his phoenix nature provided, Harry could sense the emotional resonances of everyone around him. These people weren't just offering him refuge or magical education. They were welcoming him home to a community that had been waiting for his arrival since before he was born. The feeling was simultaneously overwhelming and deeply comforting, like finally finding a place where his true nature was not just accepted, but celebrated. "Show me," Selene said, her silver eyes blazing with anticipation. "Show us what you can do." Harry hesitated for a moment, uncertain whether he had sufficient control over his abilities to demonstrate them safely in such close proximity to other people. But the warmth in his chest pulsed with confidence, as if his phoenix nature understood that this was exactly the kind of environment where his powers could be expressed without fear or restraint. His transformation into phoenix form was smoother than it had ever been before, his human shape dissolving into magnificent bird form with fluid grace that spoke of growing mastery over the process. But as he completed the change, Harry realized that something fundamental had shifted in the nature of his abilities. The crystal walls of the sanctuary seemed to amplify and focus his phoenix fire, allowing him to access depths of power that would have been impossible in the ordinary world. His flames were no longer simply hot. They were creative forces that could reshape matter at the molecular level. His wings, when he spread them to their full span, created currents in the air that carried healing properties capable of mending injuries that should have been permanent. Most remarkably, his song had gained new harmonics that seemed to resonate with the fundamental frequencies that held reality itself together. The other inhabitants of the sanctuary responded to his demonstration with reactions that ranged from awe to outright reverence. Several of them began to sing along with his phoenix melody, their voices adding harmonies that transformed his individual expression into something that approached a choir of angels. The crystal walls themselves began to glow more brightly, as if the entire chamber was responding to the presence of magic that it had been designed to enhance and protect. When Harry finally allowed his phoenix form to dissolve back into human shape, the silence that followed was filled with emotions too complex to name. He had not simply demonstrated his abilities, he had announced his presence to a community that understood exactly how rare and precious his gifts truly were. Extraordinary, Aurelius breathed, his aged features reflecting wonder that spoke of someone who had seen many remarkable things, but few that compared to what he had just witnessed. Your control is already far beyond what your father achieved at twice your age. The trauma you experienced with the Dursleys, terrible as it was, seems to have forced your abilities to develop much more rapidly than they would have under normal circumstances. The mention of the Dursleys brought Harry back to practical considerations that his awe at the sanctuary had temporarily displaced. He was no longer the powerless boy who had been locked in a cupboard whenever his existence became inconvenient, but his legal status remained unchanged. In the eyes of both the magical and mundane authorities, he was still a 10-year-old child who needed adult supervision and institutional oversight. "What happens now?" he asked, though he was beginning to suspect that the answer would involve choices that were far more complex than simple decisions about where to live or which school to attend. "Now," Selene replied, with the tone of someone who had been planning for this conversation for years, "you begin to learn what it truly means to be a phoenix. Your abilities are still developing, and without proper guidance, they could become as dangerous to you as they are to your enemies. But more importantly, you need to understand the role that you are destined to play in the conflict that's coming. The conflict that Mrs. Figg had mentioned, the war between light and darkness that wouldn't end until one side achieved final victory, was apparently more immediate and more personal than Harry had realized. Through his enhanced senses, he could detect undertones in the conversations around him that spoke of urgent preparations and carefully laid plans that were finally approaching their moment of implementation. "Voldemort's return is inevitable," Aurelius said, with the grim certainty of someone who had studied the situation from every possible angle. The ritual that destroyed his physical form was not sufficient to eliminate him entirely, and he's been slowly gathering strength for the past decade. When he finally manifests again, he'll be more powerful and more dangerous than he was before, and he'll come looking for you with the focused determination of someone who understands exactly what kind of threat you represent. The idea that the dark wizard who had killed his parents was still alive, still plotting, still planning to finish what he had started 10 years ago, should have filled Harry with terror. But instead, he felt something that was closer to anticipation than fear. His phoenix nature recognized Voldemort as a fundamental corruption that needed to be burned away, and the prospect of finally confronting the source of so much pain and destruction felt like approaching a destiny that he had been unconsciously preparing for his entire life. "But there's something else you need to understand," Selene added, her expression becoming even more serious. "The magical authorities, the people who claim to be protecting you, they have their own plans for how this conflict should unfold. Albus Dumbledore believes that you can be shaped into a weapon that he can deploy against Voldemort at the moment of his choosing. The Ministry of Magic sees you as a symbol that can be used to maintain public morale and political stability. Neither of them is particularly interested in what you might want for yourself." This revelation struck Harry with the force of betrayal, even though he had already begun to suspect that the adults who claimed to have his best interests at heart were operating according to agendas that didn't necessarily include his own preferences. The idea that he was seen as a weapon or a symbol, rather than a person with his own hopes and fears, was deeply disturbing, but it also clarified the choices that lay before him. "Here in the sanctuary," Aurelius continued, "you would be free to develop your abilities according to your own nature, rather than according to someone else's strategic requirements. But that freedom comes with responsibilities that you need to understand before you commit to this path." "Such as?" Harry asked, though he was already beginning to sense the enormity of what they were offering him. "Such as accepting that you will be hunted by everyone who wants to control or eliminate Phoenix magic. Such as understanding that your very existence threatens the established order in ways that will make you enemies among people who should be your allies. Such as recognizing that the choices you make here will affect not just your own future, but the future of every magical being who refuses to submit to institutional authority." The weight of these responsibilities was almost overwhelming, but Harry found that his phoenix nature was responding to the challenge with something that felt like fierce joy. For the first time in his life, he was being offered the opportunity to make choices that mattered, to use abilities that could make a real difference in the world, to become something more than just a victim of other people's decisions. As he considered his options, Harry became aware that the other inhabitants of the sanctuary were watching him with expressions that mixed hope with apprehension. These people had clearly been waiting for his arrival for a very long time, and they needed him to choose the path that would allow him to fulfill whatever role they believed he was meant to play in the coming conflict. But more importantly, Harry realized that for the first time in his life, he was in a position to make choices based on his own understanding of what was right, rather than on what would minimize the punishment he received from the adults who controlled his circumstances. The phoenix that lived in his chest was singing with anticipation, eager to embrace whatever challenges lay ahead. "I want to learn," he said, and his voice carried the quiet determination of someone who had finally found his purpose. "I want to understand what I'm capable of, and I want to use those abilities to protect people who can't protect themselves. But I won't be anyone's weapon, and I won't be shaped by other people's ideas about what my destiny should be." The response to his declaration was immediate and overwhelming. The inhabitants of the sanctuary began to applaud, their voices raised in celebration that echoed through the crystal chamber like music made of pure joy. But it was Selena's reaction that truly confirmed that he had made the right choice. Her silver eyes blazed with approval, and when she spoke, her words carried the weight of formal acceptance. "Then welcome, Harry Potter, to the true magical world. Your real education begins now." The days that followed were unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Instead of being forced to suppress his magical nature or hide his abilities from people who wouldn't understand them, he was encouraged to explore every aspect of his phoenix transformation with the guidance of teachers who possessed knowledge that had been accumulated over centuries. Aurelius taught him the theoretical foundations of phoenix magic, explaining how his abilities connected to fundamental forces that shaped reality itself. Harry learned that phoenix fire was not simply a form of energy, but a manifestation of creative potential that could be directed according to conscious intention. When properly understood and controlled, phoenix flames could heal injuries that should have been fatal, could purify substances that had been corrupted by dark magic, and could even restore life to things that had recently died. Selena focused on helping him develop practical control over his transformation, teaching him techniques for shifting between human and phoenix form that were so smooth they could be accomplished instantaneously and without visible magical signature. Harry discovered that he could maintain phoenix abilities while in human shape, could access the enhanced senses and supernatural awareness of his transformed state without actually changing form. Most remarkably, he learned that he could partially transform specific parts of his body, growing phoenix talons for combat or phoenix eyes for enhanced vision while remaining otherwise human. But it was the lessons with the other refugees that proved most valuable. Each of them had their own story of conflict with magical authorities, their own reasons for choosing independence over security, their own hard-won wisdom about what it meant to live as a free magical being in a world that demanded conformity. Through their experiences, Harry began to understand that his conflict with Dumbledore and the Ministry was part of a much larger struggle between institutional control and individual liberty that had been ongoing for centuries. The man with stone skin, whose name was Marcus, had been a successful curse-breaker until he refused to use his abilities to help the Ministry access private magical vaults without proper authorization. The woman with water hair, called Marina, had fled from a magical research facility that wanted to study her unique abilities without regard for her own consent or well-being. The galaxy-eyed twins, Cosmos and Nebula, were the children of magical beings who had been classified as dark creatures despite never having harmed anyone. Each story reinforced Harry's growing understanding that the choice between safety and freedom was not as simple as the adults in his life had pretended. The magical authorities offered protection and resources, but they demanded absolute obedience in return. The sanctuary offered independence and self-determination, but it required accepting responsibility for consequences that could be literally life or death. As his training progressed, Harry began to develop abilities that went far beyond anything he had demonstrated during his escape from Little Whinging. His phoenix fire could now be shaped into solid constructs that were stronger than steel, but could be dissolved instantly when no longer needed. His song could be modulated to produce specific effects, from healing injuries to inducing temporary paralysis, to creating complex illusions that could fool even magically enhanced senses. Most significantly, he learned that his phoenix nature gave him access to forms of magic that were normally restricted to much older and more experienced practitioners. He could teleport instantly across vast distances by converting his body into phoenix fire and reconstituting himself at his intended destination. He could become temporarily incorporeal, allowing physical attacks to pass through him without causing damage. He could even manipulate time on a limited scale, slowing down his perception of events during combat or accelerating his healing during recovery. But with these growing abilities came growing awareness of the enemies who were actively seeking him. Through the Sanctuary's communication networks, they received regular reports of Dumbledore's increasing desperation to locate and retrieve the missing boy who lived. Ministry auras were conducting searches throughout magical Britain, following leads that seemed to bring them closer to the sanctuary's existence with each passing day. Most ominously, there were signs that Voldemort's followers were also searching for Harry, guided by some form of supernatural connection that made it impossible for him to hide indefinitely. The crisis came exactly 3 weeks after Harry's arrival at the sanctuary. Selina burst into the training chamber, where Harry was practicing advanced flame manipulation, with an expression of alarm that sent ice through his veins despite the heat that surrounded him. "They've found us," she said, her voice tight with barely controlled panic. "Dumbledore has allied himself with the Ministry's Department of Mysteries, and they've developed detection methods that can penetrate our concealment wards. We have perhaps an hour before they arrive in force." The news struck the sanctuary's inhabitants like a physical blow, but their response was immediate and coordinated. These people had clearly prepared for this possibility, and they moved with the efficiency of a group that had rehearsed their evacuation procedures many times before. Books and artifacts disappeared into expanded bags, magical equipment was secured with protective spells, and the most vulnerable members of the community began preparing for emergency relocation. But Harry found himself reluctant to flee again. The sanctuary had become the first place in his life where he felt truly at home, where his nature was not just accepted, but celebrated. The idea of abandoning this haven to search for another hiding place filled him with something that was closer to rage than fear. "What if we stayed and fought?" he asked, his voice carrying harmonics that made the crystal walls ring like bells. The silence that followed his suggestion was pregnant with possibilities, each one more dangerous than the last. These people were refugees, not warriors. They had survived by avoiding confrontation, not by seeking it. The idea of standing their ground against combined Ministry and Order forces was essentially suicidal. But Harry's phoenix nature was singing a different song, one that spoke of standing up to bullies, of refusing to be driven away from places where he belonged, of using his growing abilities to protect people who had shown him kindness when the rest of the world saw him as either a weapon or a threat. "You can't fight them all," Aurelius said, with the gentle authority of someone who understood exactly what Harry was contemplating. "You're powerful, more powerful than anyone your age has any right to be, but you're not ready to take on Albus Dumbledore and the entire Ministry enforcement apparatus." "Maybe not," Harry replied, his eyes beginning to glow with the golden fire of his phoenix nature. "But I'm ready to try." The transformation that followed was unlike any he had attempted before. Instead of simply changing from human to phoenix form, Harry reached deeper into his magical heritage than he had ever dared, accessing abilities that his genetic memory suggested, but that no living phoenix had demonstrated for centuries. His flames became white-hot with intensity that approached stellar temperatures, and his song reached harmonics that seemed to resonate with the fundamental frequencies that held matter itself together. But most remarkably, his individual phoenix transformation began to spread, touching the other inhabitants of the sanctuary and awakening magical abilities that they had never suspected they possessed. Marcus found that his stone skin could be enhanced with phoenix fire, making him virtually invulnerable to magical attack. Marina discovered that her water form could carry phoenix energy, allowing her to heal injuries by simple contact. Even the galaxy-eyed twins found that their cosmic awareness could be amplified by Harry's transformation, giving them perception of threats and opportunities that extended across multiple dimensions. What was happening went far beyond anything that conventional magical theory suggested was possible. Harry was not just transforming himself, he was catalyzing transformation in everyone around him, creating a collective magical awakening that turned a group of refugees into something that approached a supernatural army. When the first auras finally breached the sanctuary's outer defenses, they found themselves facing not a hidden community of magical outcasts, but a unified force that blazed with phoenix fire and sang with harmonies that made reality itself tremble. The battle that followed would become legendary in magical circles, not for its duration or its casualties, but for the moment when the magical world discovered that Harry Potter was no longer a child to be protected or controlled. He had become something new, something unprecedented, something that would reshape the very foundations of how magic worked in their world. The Phoenix had learned to fly, and nothing would ever be the same. The hidden magical community that existed in the spaces between conventional reality was unlike anything the most imaginative fantasy could have conceived. Harry discovered this truth in the hours following their escape from the sanctuary, when Mrs. Fig led him through a series of flame teleportations that revealed the existence of an entire underground network of magical beings who had chosen freedom over institutional oversight. They were the invisible citizens of Britain, living parallel lives that intersected with the ordinary world only when absolutely necessary, surviving through a combination of ancient magic and modern ingenuity that would have impressed even the most accomplished wizard. Their first stop was a mobile magical community that called itself the Travelling Court, a collection of enchanted vehicles that moved constantly throughout the British Isles to avoid detection by ministry surveillance. The caravans themselves were marvels of magical engineering, appearing from the outside to be nothing more than ordinary motorhomes and converted buses that would blend seamlessly into any campground or roadside stop. But their interiors existed in expanded spaces that contained entire neighborhoods of shops, workshops, schools and homes where magical families could live and work without constantly looking over their shoulders for auras or ministry officials. Harry found himself welcomed into this nomadic society with an enthusiasm that bordered on reverence, though he quickly realized that his fame as the boy who lived was only part of the reason for their excitement. Word of his Phoenix awakening had somehow preceded their arrival, carried through communication networks that operated entirely outside official magical channels. The refugees and outcasts who made up the Travelling Court understood exactly what it meant for someone of Harry's abilities to choose independence over institutional protection, and they saw his presence among them as validation of their own choices to live free rather than live safely. The leader of this community was a woman named Morwen, who appeared to be in her 40s, but carried herself with the authority of someone who had accumulated centuries of experience dealing with magical crises. Her hair was the deep brown of fertile earth, and her eyes held the steady wisdom of someone who had learned to navigate complex political situations through patience rather than force. When she spoke, her voice carried the musical cadences of someone who understood that words could be as powerful as any spell when used with sufficient skill. "Welcome to our traveling sanctuary, Harry Potter," she said, as she showed him through the expanded interior of what had appeared from outside to be a perfectly ordinary recreational vehicle. "We've been following your awakening with considerable interest, and we're honored to offer you refuge for as long as you need it." The interior of Morwen's caravan was a study in controlled chaos that somehow managed to be both completely functional and deeply welcoming. Books lined every available wall surface, but these were not the dusty academic tomes that Harry might have expected. Instead, they were practical manuals on everything from advanced healing techniques to magical creature husbandry to the fine art of avoiding ministry detection while maintaining a comfortable lifestyle. Maps covered the ceiling, but they showed not geographical features, but the hidden networks of safe houses, sympathetic merchants, and emergency meeting points that allowed the magical underground to function as a coherent community. Most remarkably, the space contained a workshop where several young people who appeared to be teenagers were engaged in activities that would have horrified conventional magical educators. They were creating new spells through experimental techniques that combined traditional wand magic with abilities that seemed to transcend normal magical theory. One girl was weaving light itself into patterns that could serve as both illumination and communication devices. A boy was working with what appeared to be crystallized time, shaping temporal fragments into tools that could slow down or speed up specific processes within limited areas. "These are some of our most promising young innovators," Morwen explained, as she noticed Harry's fascination with their activities. Children who were deemed too dangerous or too uncontrollable for conventional magical education. Out here, away from institutional constraints, they're developing abilities that push the boundaries of what most people think magic can accomplish. The concept was revolutionary in ways that Harry was only beginning to comprehend. The magical education he had been offered at Hogwarts would have taught him to use magic according to established rules and accepted limitations. Here in the mobile community, magic was treated as a living force that could grow and evolve according to the practitioner's imagination and determination. The difference was like comparing a carefully tended garden to a wild forest, both beautiful in their own ways, but offering completely different possibilities for exploration and discovery. Over the course of several days, Harry was introduced to aspects of magical culture that had been completely absent from Mrs. Fig's explanations of the wizarding world. The underground community operated according to principles of mutual aid and collective responsibility that were fundamentally different from the hierarchical structures that dominated official magical society. There were no ministers or headmasters or department heads making decisions for everyone else. Instead, important choices were made through consensus-building processes that ensured every voice was heard and every perspective was considered. More significantly, the magical beings who had chosen this lifestyle had developed approaches to magical development that prioritized individual growth over institutional control. Children were not sorted into rigid categories or forced to follow predetermined curricula. Instead, they were encouraged to explore their abilities according to their own interests and inclinations, with guidance from adults who had experience in specific areas, but who never presumed to limit what might be possible. Harry found himself working most closely with a young woman named Lyra, who had been born with the ability to communicate directly with magical creatures of all kinds. Her gift had manifested early and powerfully, allowing her to translate between human speech and the complex emotional languages that dragons used, or to negotiate with the collective consciousness of pixie swarms, or to understand the ancient wisdom that unicorns shared only with those they deemed worthy of trust. But Lyra's abilities had terrified the magical authorities who discovered them. The Ministry classified her as a potential security risk, concerned that her communication with magical creatures might be used to organize them against human interests. Hogwarts had been reluctant to admit her, worried that her presence might disrupt the careful balance between human students and the magical creatures that lived in the Forbidden Forest. Even her own family had been frightened by gifts they couldn't understand or control. The mobile community had become her sanctuary, a place where her abilities were seen as valuable rather than dangerous. Here she served as an ambassador between the human residents and the magical creatures who chose to travel with them, facilitating relationships that enriched both communities while causing harm to neither. Through Lyra's guidance, Harry began to understand that his own phoenix nature was part of a much larger magical ecosystem that extended far beyond simple spellcasting or potion brewing. His abilities connected him to forces and entities that most wizards never suspected existed, and his choices about how to develop those abilities would affect not just his own future, but the future of every magical being who interacted with Phoenix energy. The lessons Harry received in the mobile community were unlike any form of education he had ever experienced. Instead of sitting in classrooms and memorizing facts from textbooks, he learned through direct experience and practical application. Morwen taught him advanced flame manipulation by having him help with the community's cooking and heating needs, showing him how Phoenix fire could be modulated to provide exactly the right temperature for different tasks. Lyra helped him develop his communication abilities by introducing him to the dozens of magical creatures who traveled with the community, each one offering different insights into the nature of magical consciousness. Most importantly, he learned from the community's children, young people who had grown up with the freedom to explore their magical gifts without institutional constraints. They had developed abilities and perspectives that would have been impossible under conventional magical education, and their enthusiasm for experimentation and innovation was infectious. There was Marcus, aged 12, who had learned to shape gravity itself, creating localized fields where objects could float or become impossibly heavy according to his conscious direction. Sarah, barely 14, had developed techniques for growing plants that existed partially in multiple dimensions simultaneously, producing fruits and vegetables with nutritional and magical properties that defied conventional botanical understanding. Twin brothers named Kai and Leo had learned to work together so seamlessly that they functioned as a single magical entity with twice the normal human capacity for spell work and magical manipulation. Each of these young people represented possibilities that conventional magical education would never have allowed them to explore. They were proof that magic was far more flexible and far more powerful than institutional authorities wanted anyone to believe, and their very existence challenged fundamental assumptions about what magical beings could accomplish when freed from artificial limitations. But Harry also learned about the costs of choosing independence over security. Life in the mobile community was constantly precarious, requiring vigilance and adaptability that would have been exhausting for people who hadn't chosen this lifestyle voluntarily. They had to move frequently to avoid detection, maintain complex concealment spells that required constant attention, and rely on networks of support that could be disrupted by a single betrayal or mistake. More troubling were the stories of community members who had been captured by ministry forces during raids or routine inspections. Some had been imprisoned in Azkaban on charges of practicing unauthorized magic or corrupting minors with dangerous teachings. Others had simply disappeared into ministry custody, their fates unknown, but presumably involving some form of magical rehabilitation designed to make them more compliant with official authority. The threat was not abstract or distant. Even as Harry was learning to appreciate the freedom and creativity that the mobile community offered, ministry search teams were actively hunting for him throughout magical Britain. Dumbledore had apparently convinced the authorities that Harry's disappearance represented a threat to national magical security, and resources that would normally be devoted to catching dark wizards were being redirected toward finding one 10-year-old boy who had refused to accept institutional oversight. The pursuit intensified dramatically during Harry's second week with the traveling community. Ministry surveillance teams began appearing at locations where the community had previously felt safe, suggesting that their concealment methods were being systematically penetrated by detection techniques that none of them had encountered before. Worse, there were reports of magical creatures throughout Britain being questioned about potential sightings of Phoenix activity, indicating that the search had expanded to include non-human intelligence networks that were normally left alone by official magical authorities. The crisis came to a head during what should have been a routine stop at a remote Scottish moorland that the community had used as a gathering place for over 50 years. Harry was practicing advanced Phoenix transformation techniques with Lyra when every protective ward around their encampment began screaming warnings of imminent discovery. Through his enhanced senses, he could detect the approach of multiple groups of highly trained magical personnel, moving with the coordinated precision of people who had planned this operation extensively. "They found us," Morwen said, her voice tight with the controlled panic of someone who had prepared for this possibility, but had hoped it would never come. Full ministry tactical teams, backed by Order of the Phoenix members. They've surrounded the entire area. The mobile community's response was immediate and well-rehearsed. Concealment spells that had been invisible moments before blazed into full activity, creating layers of protection that would have impressed even experienced aurors. Emergency evacuation procedures went into effect with the smooth efficiency of a group that had drilled for exactly this scenario many times before. But Harry could sense through his Phoenix perception that the attacking forces had come prepared for resistance, and their magical capabilities far exceeded anything the community's defensive measures were designed to handle. "We can't fight them all," Lyra said, though her voice carried regret rather than fear. "There are too many of them, and they have resources we can't match." But Harry found himself unwilling to flee again, unwilling to abandon people who had shown him kindness and acceptance when the rest of the magical world saw him as either a weapon to be controlled or a symbol to be manipulated. The warmth in his chest was pulsing with increasing intensity, responding to his emotional state with power that felt large enough to reshape reality itself. "What if we didn't run?" he said, his voice carrying harmonics that made the air around him begin to shimmer with barely contained heat. "What if we stood and fought?" The suggestion hung in the air like a challenge to everything the mobile community had built their survival strategy around. These people were refugees, not warriors. They had stayed free by avoiding confrontation, not by seeking it. The idea of standing their ground against combined ministry and order forces was essentially suicidal. But something in Harry's phoenix nature was responding to the threat with instincts that transcended rational calculation. His genetic memory whispered of ancient phoenixes who had stood against entire armies when the cause was just, who had used their abilities not just to transform themselves, but to awaken power in others that they never knew they possessed. "You can't take on the entire ministry," Morwen said, with the gentle authority of someone who understood exactly what Harry was contemplating. "You're powerful, more powerful than anyone your age should be, but there are limits to what even a phoenix can accomplish." "Maybe," Harry replied, his eyes beginning to glow with the golden fire that marked his true nature. "But maybe I don't have to do it alone." The transformation that followed was unlike anything Harry had attempted before. Instead of simply changing from human to phoenix form, he reached deeper into his magical heritage than he had ever dared, accessing abilities that his training in the sanctuary had suggested, but that he had never tried to use in combat situations. His flames became white-hot with intensity that approached stellar temperatures, and his song reached harmonics that seemed to resonate with the fundamental frequencies that held matter itself together. But most remarkably, his individual transformation began to spread, touching the other members of the community and awakening magical abilities that they had never suspected they possessed. Marcus found that his gravity manipulation could be enhanced with phoenix fire, allowing him to create fields of such intensity that they could deflect even the most powerful attack spells. Sarah discovered that her dimensional plants could be infused with phoenix energy, growing instantly into barriers that existed in multiple realities simultaneously and were therefore impossible to destroy through conventional means. What was happening transcended anything that normal magical theory suggested was possible. Harry was not just transforming himself, he was catalyzing transformation in everyone around him, sharing his phoenix nature in ways that created a collective magical awakening that turned a community of refugees into something that approached a supernatural army. The effect spread beyond the human members of the community to include the magical creatures who traveled with them. Lyra's communication abilities, enhanced by phoenix energy, allowed her to coordinate responses from dozens of different species simultaneously. The dragons who had been traveling in concealed forms revealed themselves in their full, magnificent power, their flames now carrying phoenix harmonics that could burn through any magical protection. Even the smallest pixies and garden gnomes became part of a coordinated defense network that covered every inch of the contested territory. When the first auras finally breached the community's outer defenses, they found themselves facing not a hidden encampment of magical outcasts, but a unified force that blazed with phoenix fire and moved with the coordinated precision of a single supernatural entity. The battle that followed would become legendary in magical circles, not for its duration or its casualties, but for the moment when conventional magical warfare encountered something that existed entirely outside established tactical doctrine. Harry's phoenix form, amplified by the collective energy of everyone he had awakened, became something that transcended individual identity. He was simultaneously himself and everyone else, a focal point for magical forces that had been scattered and suppressed for generations, but were now unified in common cause. His flames no longer simply burned, they revealed truth, stripping away illusions and deceptions to show the reality beneath official policies and institutional authorities. The attacking forces, despite their superior numbers and official authority, found themselves confronting something they had no training to handle. Their spells, designed to subdue individual magical practitioners, proved ineffective against collective awakening that drew power from sources beyond normal magical theory. Their tactics, based on assumptions about how magical communities would respond to overwhelming force, collapsed when faced with opposition that refused to accept the fundamental premise that institutional authority trumped individual freedom. But perhaps most significantly, Harry's Phoenix transformation revealed the true nature of the conflict that had been brewing beneath the surface of magical society for decades. This was not simply a matter of law enforcement trying to apprehend fugitives, or educational authorities trying to protect a student from dangerous influences. This was a fundamental clash between two completely different philosophies about what magic should be and how magical beings should live. On one side stood the institutional authorities, convinced that magic was too dangerous to be left unregulated, that magical beings needed supervision and control to prevent them from causing harm to themselves or others. They believed in hierarchy, in rules, in the necessity of sacrificing individual desires for the greater good, as defined by those in positions of authority. On the other side stood the free magical communities, convinced that magic was a birthright that could not be legitimately controlled by any external authority, that magical beings deserved the freedom to develop their abilities according to their own understanding and inclination. They believed in autonomy, in choice, in the fundamental principle that no one had the right to determine another person's destiny without their consent. The battle raged for hours, though time itself seemed to behave strangely in the presence of so much concentrated Phoenix energy. Harry found himself moving through combat that felt like a dance, his enhanced awareness allowing him to perceive and respond to attacks before they were fully formed. His flames could heal allies instantly, while simultaneously creating barriers that deflected incoming spells back toward their casters. His song could inspire courage in his supporters, while inducing paralyzing fear in those who opposed him. But more than individual combat prowess, Harry discovered that his Phoenix nature gave him the ability to see through the justifications and rationalizations that people used to avoid confronting uncomfortable truths about their own motivations. He could perceive the genuine concern that motivated some of his opponents, mixed with the fear and desire for control that drove others. Most troubling, he could sense the presence of individuals whose magical signatures carried traces of corruption that spoke of contact with forces far darker than anything the official magical authorities were supposed to represent. The revelation came during a moment when the battle's intensity reached its peak, and Harry's Phoenix perception expanded beyond normal limitations of space and time. Through abilities that allowed him to see across multiple dimensions simultaneously, he detected the presence of watchers who were not participating in the immediate conflict, but were observing it with interest that felt predatory and malevolent. Voldemort's followers were using the Ministry's search for Harry as cover for their own surveillance operations, gathering intelligence about Phoenix abilities that they could use when their master finally returned to physical form. The dark wizards who had killed his parents were not gone, were not defeated, were not even particularly concerned about the official magical authorities who claimed to be protecting society from their influence. They were waiting, watching, planning, and they saw Harry's awakening not as a threat to be eliminated, but as an opportunity to gain access to power that they could corrupt and redirect according to their own purposes. The battle that was currently raging was exactly what they wanted to see, a conflict that would weaken both sides while providing them with detailed information about capabilities they would need to counter when they finally moved openly. Harry's realization transformed his understanding of the entire situation. The choice between institutional authority and individual freedom was not the real conflict. The real threat came from forces that wanted to destroy both options, that sought to replace the existing magical society with something based on principles of domination and subjugation that would make current disagreements about oversight and education seem trivial by comparison. The battle's conclusion, when it finally came, was not the decisive victory that either side had expected. Instead, it was a moment of mutual recognition that they were all being manipulated by enemies who benefited from their conflict. Harry's Phoenix abilities, enhanced by collective awakening, had revealed truths that forced everyone involved to reconsider their fundamental assumptions about what they were really fighting for. As the immediate crisis subsided, and both sides began the complex process of disengaging from combat, Harry found himself standing in the centre of a transformed landscape. The Scottish moorland had been changed by the passage of so much concentrated magical energy, its very geology reshaped by forces that existed beyond normal physical laws. But more importantly, the magical community had been changed as well, awakened to possibilities that would never again allow them to accept simple answers to complex questions. The Phoenix had learned to share his fire with others, and the magical world would never be quite the same. The hunt for Harry Potter had escalated beyond anything the magical authorities had ever attempted before. In the weeks following his disappearance from Little Whinging, every available aura had been reassigned to the search, supported by resources that were normally reserved for tracking the most dangerous dark wizards in Europe. The Ministry's Department of Mysteries had deployed experimental tracking devices that could theoretically detect Phoenix magic across vast distances. The Order of the Phoenix had activated intelligence networks that had been dormant since Voldemort's first defeat. Even international magical law enforcement had been quietly notified that Britain's most famous missing child might attempt to cross national borders. But Harry Potter was no longer the powerless boy who had lived in a cupboard under the stairs. The Phoenix that he had become possessed abilities that transcended conventional magical theory, and his growing mastery of those abilities was making him increasingly difficult to locate through normal investigative methods. His flame teleportation left no magical signatures that tracking spells could follow. His ability to phase between dimensions allowed him to exist in spaces that detection charms couldn't penetrate. Most frustratingly for his pursuers, his Phoenix nature seemed to actively repel divination magic, creating blind spots in scrying attempts that made it impossible to maintain consistent surveillance. The search teams were led by some of the most accomplished magical investigators in Britain, but they found themselves constantly one step behind a target who seemed to possess supernatural awareness of their movements. Every safe house they raided had been abandoned hours before their arrival. Every lead they followed ended in carefully staged diversions that sent them racing toward empty locations, while Harry and his allies escaped in completely different directions. Most maddening of all, there were reports of Phoenix sightings throughout the British Isles that suggested their quarry was somehow appearing in multiple locations simultaneously, though magical theory insisted that such feats were impossible even for the most powerful shapeshifters. The frustration was beginning to affect the searchers' judgment in ways that were becoming increasingly dangerous. Alistair Moody, the legendary aura who had been personally assigned to the case by Minister Fudge himself, was pushing his teams harder than was safe or sustainable. His magical eye, capable of seeing through most concealment charms and illusions, had failed to provide reliable intelligence about Harry's location, and the failure was driving him to increasingly desperate measures. "The boy's not using normal magic," Moody growled during one of the daily briefings that had become exercises in mutual frustration. "Every detection method we try gets countered by abilities that shouldn't exist. It's like he's rewriting the rules of magical theory as he goes along." Kingsley Shacklebolt, whose calm professionalism usually provided a stabilizing influence during crisis situations, was showing signs of strain that spoke to the enormous pressure being applied from the highest levels of magical government. The minister wants results, and he wants them now. The prophet is starting to ask uncomfortable questions about why we can't locate one missing child with all the resources at our disposal. But the most troubling aspect of the search was the gradual realization that they were not the only ones hunting for Harry Potter. Ministry surveillance teams had begun detecting signs of unauthorized magical activity that suggested other parties were conducting their own investigation into the boy's whereabouts. The The magical signatures were subtle and expertly concealed, but they carried traces of dark magic that were consistent with known Death Eater techniques. Voldemort's followers were active again, emerging from whatever hiding places they had occupied during the past decade to participate in the search for the boy who lived. Their presence added an element of urgency that transformed the Ministry's investigation from a routine missing child case into a race against time with potentially catastrophic consequences. Severus Snape, whose complex loyalties had made him a valuable but problematic asset during the war against Voldemort, brought increasingly disturbing intelligence to the Order's strategy meetings. The Dark Lord's supporters were not simply looking for Harry Potter out of general malevolence or desire for revenge. They had specific plans that required access to Phoenix magic, and they believed that capturing Harry would provide them with the key to abilities that could tip the balance of power in the magical world permanently in their favor. "They know something we don't," Snape reported, during one particularly tense gathering at Grimmauld Place. "The Dark Lord's inner circle has been researching Phoenix magic for months, and they believe Potter's awakening represents an opportunity that won't come again for centuries. Whatever they're planning, they need him alive, and they need his abilities intact." Albus Dumbledore, whose calm wisdom usually provided reassurance during the most chaotic circumstances, was visibly aging under the pressure of leading a search that seemed to grow more complicated with each passing day. His blue eyes, normally twinkling with gentle humor, had taken on a haunted quality that spoke of someone who was beginning to question fundamental assumptions that had guided his entire adult life. "I fear we have underestimated both Harry's capabilities and the threat they represent," Dumbledore admitted during a private conversation with McGonagall, that Harry would later overhear through magical means he was still learning to control. "The boy's Phoenix nature is developing far more rapidly than I anticipated, and his rejection of our guidance has created vulnerabilities that our enemies are already beginning to exploit." The search efforts were not limited to official magical law enforcement. Dumbledore had quietly activated a network of contacts throughout magical Britain that included everyone from ministry clerks to Diagon Alley shopkeepers to the portraits that hung in Hogwarts Castle. Information was flowing back to the Order through channels that most people never suspected existed, creating a surveillance network that should have made it impossible for anyone to move through magical society without being detected and reported. But Harry's allies had anticipated this possibility and had developed countermeasures that were proving remarkably effective. The underground magical communities that had welcomed him operated according to security protocols that had been refined through decades of avoiding official detection. They used communication methods that bypassed conventional magical channels, moved through transportation networks that existed entirely outside ministry oversight, and maintained safe houses in locations that were not recorded on any official magical maps. More significantly, Harry's Phoenix abilities were allowing him to access forms of magic that conventional surveillance simply couldn't track. His flame teleportation didn't just move him from one location to another. It temporarily removed him from normal space-time entirely, making it impossible for even the most sophisticated tracking spells to maintain contact with his magical signature. His growing ability to share his Phoenix nature with others was creating a network of enhanced magical beings who could serve as decoys, diversions, and intelligence assets in ways that completely confounded traditional investigative techniques. The first direct confrontation came during Harry's third week of freedom, when a joint ministry order operation finally managed to corner him in the ruins of an abandoned magical settlement in northern Wales. The location had been chosen specifically because its isolation would minimize the risk of civilian casualties, and its magical history would provide natural amplification for the capture spells that the searchers intended to use. Harry had been practicing advanced flame manipulation with a group of young magical refugees when every protective ward within miles began screaming warnings of approaching threat. Through his enhanced Phoenix senses, he could detect the coordinated movement of multiple teams of highly trained magical personnel, supported by experimental detection equipment that was unlike anything he had encountered before. "They've found us," whispered Eleanor, a girl of about 14, whose ability to manipulate plant growth had made her invaluable to the underground community's survival efforts. "How many of them are there?" Harry's phoenix perception, enhanced by weeks of training and practical application, allowed him to count and categorize the approaching forces with precision that would have impressed professional military analysts. 12 auras in the primary assault team, 6 order members providing magical support, and at least 4 specialists from the Department of Mysteries whose exact capabilities were unknown, but whose magical signatures suggested they possessed abilities that were not taught in conventional aura training programs. "Too many to fight directly," Harry replied, though his voice carried a note of determination that suggested he was not prepared to surrender without resistance. "But maybe we don't have to fight them directly." The strategy that Harry implemented was unlike anything that magical law enforcement had prepared to handle. Instead of attempting to flee or hide, he chose to make himself visible while simultaneously making himself impossible to capture. His phoenix transformation, enhanced by abilities he had developed during his time with the underground communities, allowed him to exist in multiple dimensional phases simultaneously. To the approaching searchers, Harry appeared to be standing in the center of the ruined settlement, clearly visible but somehow just slightly out of reach. Spells cast in his direction seemed to pass through empty air, even though their target appeared to be directly in their path. Capture nets deployed around his position enclosed spaces that contained nothing but shadows and echoes. Most frustratingly, attempts to approach him physically resulted in the sensation of walking toward a destination that remained the same distance away, no matter how many steps were taken. What the searchers couldn't perceive was that Harry was simultaneously existing in dozens of different dimensional phases, appearing solid in the one they could observe while remaining incorporeal in all the others. The technique required levels of magical control that should have been impossible for someone his age, but his phoenix nature seemed to operate according to rules that transcended normal limitations of experience and training. The confrontation stretched on for hours, with increasingly desperate attempts to capture or contain a target who remained tantalizingly visible, but completely inaccessible. Spells that should have been sufficient to subdue a dozen adult wizards had no effect whatsoever on Harry's phoenix-enhanced form. Magical devices designed to penetrate the most sophisticated concealment charms registered his presence without providing any means of actually reaching him. But the most significant aspect of the confrontation was not Harry's demonstration of unprecedented magical abilities. It was his use of those abilities to reveal truths that the searchers would have preferred to keep hidden. Phoenix Fire, when properly directed, had the power to burn away deceptions and illusions, to expose the reality beneath surface appearances. As the confrontation intensified and Harry's flames began to spread throughout the area, secrets that had been carefully buried for years began to surface in ways that transformed the entire dynamic of the situation. The Department of Mysteries specialists were revealed to be carrying experimental, magical devices that had been developed through research methods that violated multiple international magical laws. Several of the Order members were shown to be motivated less by genuine concern for Harry's welfare than by political considerations related to maintaining Dumbledore's influence over magical Britain's future. Most troubling of all, at least 2 of the auras in the search team were carrying magical signatures that suggested they had been compromised by dark magic influences that should have disqualified them from law enforcement service. Harry's phoenix flames didn't just reveal these corruptions, they announced them to everyone present in ways that made denial impossible. The magical fire that surrounded him carried his voice across impossible distances, speaking truths that resonated directly in the consciousness of everyone within range. The searchers found themselves confronting not just a missing child who refused to cooperate with official authority, but evidence of systemic failures within the very institutions they represented. The revelation that shook everyone most profoundly was Harry's demonstration of exactly why he had chosen to reject the guidance and protection that the magical authorities claimed to offer. Through Phoenix abilities that allowed him to perceive the true motivations behind people's actions, he revealed the extent to which his supposed protectors were planning to control and manipulate his development for their own purposes. Dumbledore's plan for his education was exposed as a carefully orchestrated program designed to shape him into a weapon that could be deployed against Voldemort at the moment when such deployment would serve the greatest good, as defined by those in positions of authority. The Ministry's interest in his welfare was shown to be primarily political, focused on maintaining public confidence in official magical institutions rather than on ensuring his personal safety or happiness. Even some Order members who genuinely cared about his well-being were revealed to be operating according to assumptions about what was best for him that had never included consulting his own preferences or desires. "You want to protect me," Harry said, his voice carrying the harmonics of Phoenix song that made his words impossible to ignore or forget. "But you want to protect me so that you can use me. You want to keep me safe so that I'll be available when you decide the time has come for me to risk my life for purposes I had no voice in choosing." The accusation hung in the air like a physical presence, impossible to deny because Harry's Phoenix nature made lies transparent to everyone within range of his influence. The searchers found themselves confronting the uncomfortable truth that their pursuit of the boy who lived was motivated at least as much by political necessity as by genuine concern for a missing child. But Harry's demonstration was not limited to exposing the flaws and corruptions within official magical authority. He also revealed the growing threat that neither side in the current conflict was adequately prepared to address. Through Phoenix abilities that allowed him to perceive across multiple dimensions simultaneously, he detected the presence of Watchers who were not participating in the immediate confrontation, but were observing it with interest that felt both ancient and malevolent. Voldemort's return was not a distant possibility that could be prepared for through conventional means. The Dark Lord was already beginning to manifest again, drawing power from sources that existed beyond the normal magical environment. His followers were not simply waiting for his resurrection, they were actively working to facilitate it through methods that involved manipulating the very confrontations that were currently taking place between Harry and his supposed protectors. Every spell cast in anger during this conflict, every moment of fear or hatred or desire for control, was feeding energy into rituals that would eventually provide Voldemort with the power base he needed to return in a form that would be more dangerous than anything he had achieved during his first reign of terror. The search for Harry Potter was not just failing to protect him from dark magic, it was actually strengthening the forces that sought to corrupt or destroy him. The revelation transformed the entire dynamic of the confrontation. Searchers who had arrived with the intention of capturing or containing a dangerous magical anomaly found themselves confronting evidence that their own actions were contributing to threats far more serious than anything Harry's independence represented. The boy they had been hunting was not the problem that needed to be solved. He was the solution to problems they had not even realized they were facing. The confrontation's resolution, when it finally came, was unlike anything that conventional magical conflict resolution had prepared anyone to handle. Harry did not surrender, nor did he escape through superior magical power. Instead, he chose to share his Phoenix abilities with everyone present, temporarily awakening in his pursuers the same enhanced perception that had allowed him to see through the deceptions and manipulations that had shaped the entire situation. For a brief period that felt like hours but probably lasted only minutes, every person present experienced reality through Phoenix-enhanced awareness. They could perceive the true motivations behind their own actions and the actions of others. They could sense the presence of dark magic influences that had been operating beneath the surface of magical society for years. Most importantly, they could understand the genuine nature of the threats that faced their entire world and the inadequacy of conventional responses to those challenges. When the enhancement faded and normal human perception reasserted itself, the aftermath was profound silence. Everyone involved in the confrontation had been fundamentally changed by the experience of seeing truth without the filters and rationalizations that usually made uncomfortable realities bearable. The simple categories that had previously defined their conflict, law enforcement versus fugitive, order versus chaos, protection versus freedom, had been revealed as inadequate to describe the actual situation they were all facing. Slowly, carefully, with the caution of people who had just discovered that everything they thought they knew was incomplete at best, the searchers began to withdraw. There would be no arrest, no forced return to institutional custody, no continuation of the pursuit according to previous parameters. The hunt for Harry Potter had revealed that the real threat to magical Britain's future came from sources that none of them had been prepared to acknowledge, let alone address. As the official search teams departed, Harry found himself standing alone in the ruins of the ancient magical settlement, surrounded by evidence of the confrontation that had just transformed everyone involved. The phoenix fire that had revealed so many hidden truths was slowly fading back to the warm glow that had become his constant companion. But the consequences of what had been revealed would continue to ripple outward for years to come. The magical authorities now knew that their pursuit of Harry Potter had been manipulated from the beginning by forces that sought to benefit from the very conflicts they were trying to resolve. Dumbledore and the Order faced the uncomfortable realization that their protective strategies were actually contributing to the dangers they sought to prevent. The Ministry confronted evidence that their own personnel had been compromised by influences they had not detected or addressed. But perhaps most significantly, Harry himself now understood the true scope of what he was dealing with. His conflict with institutional authority was not the real war, it was a distraction from the real war. Voldemort's return was not a future possibility that could be prevented through careful preparation. It was a present reality that was being facilitated by the very preparations that were supposedly designed to stop it. The hunt had ended, not because Harry had been captured, or because his pursuers had given up, but because everyone involved had finally seen clearly enough to understand what they were really fighting for and against. The Phoenix had shown them the truth, and the truth had set them all free from illusions that had been preventing them from addressing the real threats they faced. But freedom from illusion was not the same as freedom from danger. As Harry stood alone among the ruins, his enhanced senses could detect the approach of new players in the game, forces that had been waiting for exactly this moment to reveal their own involvement in the complex web of conflicts that surrounded the boy who lived. The hunt for Harry Potter was ending, but the war for the future of the magical world was just beginning. In the aftermath of his confrontation with the combined forces of the Ministry and the Order of the Phoenix, Harry Potter found himself transformed from a hunted fugitive into something far more dangerous to the established magical order, a catalyst for revolution. The Phoenix fire that had revealed so many uncomfortable truths during that fateful encounter in Wales had done more than expose corruption within official institutions. It had awakened something in the magical community that had been sleeping for generations, a hunger for freedom that could no longer be satisfied by promises of safety in exchange for compliance. Word of what had happened spread through the underground magical networks with the speed of wildfire, carried by witnesses whose enhanced perception during Harry's Phoenix awakening had left them permanently changed. The story that emerged was not the sanitized version that the Ministry would eventually release to the Daily Prophet, but the unvarnished truth about a 10-year-old boy who had faced down the full might of magical law enforcement and emerged victorious not through violence or destruction, but through the simple expedient of making lies impossible to maintain. The response from the hidden magical communities was immediate and overwhelming. Families who had been living in fear of official persecution began to emerge from decades of concealment, emboldened by proof that resistance to institutional authority was not only possible, but potentially transformative. Young magical beings who had been suppressing their abilities to avoid unwanted attention started experimenting with powers that conventional education had taught them to consider dangerous or inappropriate. Most significantly, established magical practitioners who had grown comfortable with the existing order began to question assumptions they had never thought to examine. Harry found himself at the center of a movement that was growing far beyond anything he had intended or anticipated. The modest network of refugees and outcasts that had originally offered him shelter was evolving into something that could only be described as a parallel magical society, complete with its own educational institutions, its own economic systems, and its own approaches to magical development that challenged everything the established order claimed to know about what was possible. The transformation began with the children. In the weeks following Harry's confrontation with official authority, young magical beings throughout Britain began manifesting abilities that their teachers and parents insisted should not exist. A 7-year-old girl in Cornwall discovered she could communicate directly with the elemental spirits that lived in bodies of water, negotiating agreements between human communities and the magical beings whose territories they shared. Twin boys in Yorkshire developed the ability to share consciousness so completely that they could access each other's memories and knowledge as easily as their own thoughts. A teenage witch in London learned to manipulate probability itself, creating localized fields where unlikely but beneficial events became dramatically more likely to occur. These manifestations were not random or isolated incidents. They followed patterns that suggested the children were accessing forms of magic that had been deliberately suppressed or forgotten by conventional magical education. More troubling from the establishment's perspective, the new abilities seemed to be specifically designed to resist the kind of institutional control that the Ministry and Hogwarts had traditionally used to manage young magical practitioners. The girl who spoke with water spirits could not be forced to reveal her conversations through legilimency or magical interrogation, because her communications took place in realms that existed beyond the reach of normal mental magic. The consciousness-sharing twins could not be separated or controlled individually, because any attempt to constrain one immediately triggered resistance from both. The probability-manipulating teenager seemed to exist in a state of quantum uncertainty that made her impossible to track or contain through conventional means. Harry's role in these developments was both central and carefully indirect. He never attempted to directly teach or recruit the children whose abilities were awakening, but his phoenix nature seemed to create a field of magical enhancement that encouraged unusual manifestations in anyone who came into contact with him. More importantly, his example of successful resistance to official authority provided a template that others could follow, adapted to their own circumstances and abilities. The network of magical families who began gathering around Harry's growing movement represented a cross-section of magical Britain that would have surprised both supporters and critics of the existing system. They were not exclusively outcasts or criminals fleeing justice, as ministry propaganda would later claim. Instead, they included accomplished magical practitioners who had grown disillusioned with institutional corruption, young parents who wanted better educational opportunities for their children, elderly wizards and witches who remembered more flexible approaches to magic from earlier generations, and established professionals who had decided that their expertise could be better used outside official channels. Among the most significant early allies was the Longbottom family, whose tragic history with Voldemort's followers had given them intimate knowledge of the failures that plagued official magical protection systems. Frank and Alice Longbottom had recovered more completely from their torture-induced insanity than most people realized, and their experiences had left them with perspectives on magical healing and mental restoration that challenged conventional approaches to treating magical injuries. "We've been hiding our progress," Frank admitted, during one of the early planning meetings that Harry attended, in his growing capacity as an unofficial leader of the resistance movement. "The healers at St. Mungo's believe that our recovery is impossible, so we've allowed them to continue thinking we're still incapacitated while we develop techniques that actually work." The methods that the Longbottoms had discovered during their self-directed rehabilitation involved approaches to magical healing that combined traditional techniques with insights drawn from the deep magic that existed in the spaces between conventional spells and potions. They had learned to heal mental trauma by accessing the magical resonances that connected individual consciousness to the broader patterns of magical energy that flowed through all living things. Their young son, Neville, who had been thought to be a magical late bloomer with limited abilities, proved under their guidance to possess talents that were simply different from what traditional magical education recognized or valued. His connection to plant magic went far beyond simple herbology, extending into the realm of communication with the collective consciousness that guided the growth and development of entire ecosystems. Working with Harry and the other awakening children, Neville began to demonstrate abilities that redefined what magical practitioners could accomplish when they were freed from institutional limitations. He could accelerate plant growth not just through magical fertilization, but by helping individual specimens access their full genetic potential. He could heal damaged ecosystems by facilitating communication between different species that allowed them to coordinate their activities for mutual benefit. Most remarkably, he could use plant networks to create communication systems that spanned vast distances and were completely immune to magical surveillance or interference. But the family whose involvement proved most transformative for Harry's growing movement was the Weasleys, whose reputation for loyalty to Dumbledore and the established order made their gradual shift toward support for the resistance both surprising and enormously significant. Arthur Weasley's position in the ministry had given him first-hand knowledge of the corruption and incompetence that plagued official magical institutions, while Molly's fierce protectiveness toward all children had been awakened by evidence of systematic abuse within the very systems that claimed to protect magical youth. The turning point came when the Weasleys discovered that their youngest son, Ron, had been deliberately placed in educational tracks that would limit his magical development to ensure that he remained dependent on institutional guidance throughout his life. Ministry records that Arthur accessed through his official position revealed that Ron's natural abilities in strategic thinking and tactical planning had been identified as potentially problematic, leading to subtle but systematic efforts to discourage their development in favor of more controllable forms of magical expression. Similar files existed for most magical children, documenting not just their abilities, but institutional plans for managing those abilities in ways that would serve official purposes rather than the children's own interests. The scope of the manipulation was breathtaking, extending from curriculum design that deliberately excluded certain forms of magical knowledge to career counseling that steered young practitioners away from fields that might give them too much independence or influence. Ron's awakening, when it finally came, proved that the institutional assessments had been both accurate and dangerously short-sighted. His strategic abilities, when allowed to develop without artificial constraints, extended far beyond simple tactical planning into the realm of magical coordination that could unite dozens of practitioners into cohesive teams capable of accomplishing feats that none of them could have achieved individually. Working with Harry's Phoenix-enhanced perception and Neville's ecosystem communication abilities, Ron developed techniques for organizing magical resistance that made conventional law enforcement countermeasures almost completely ineffective. His plans accounted not just for the immediate tactical situation, but for the broader strategic implications of every action, creating cascading effects that would benefit the resistance while undermining official authority in ways that were often not apparent until weeks or months after his initial interventions. The integration of these diverse abilities created a form of collective magical practice that transcended anything documented in conventional magical theory. Harry's Phoenix Fire provided enhancement and coordination that allowed other practitioners to access deeper levels of their own abilities. Neville's plant networks created communication and surveillance capabilities that operated entirely outside official monitoring systems. Ron's strategic coordination ensured that individual actions were part of larger patterns that advanced the movement's goals while minimizing risks to its members. But perhaps the most significant development was the emergence of what could only be described as magical families that existed entirely outside the traditional structures of wizarding society. These were not biological relationships, but chosen bonds that created new forms of magical connection between practitioners who shared common goals and complementary abilities. Harry found himself at the center of one such family, connected to dozens of magical practitioners through bonds that were simultaneously emotional, intellectual, and supernatural. The phoenix nature that had initially isolated him from normal human relationships had become the foundation for connections that were deeper and more meaningful than anything he had experienced during his years with the Dursleys or his brief contact with conventional magical education. The practical implications of these new forms of magical family were profound. Members could share abilities and knowledge in ways that allowed rapid skill development and collaborative problem-solving that would have been impossible for individual practitioners. They could coordinate their activities across vast distances through connections that existed beyond the reach of conventional magical surveillance. Most importantly, they could provide emotional and practical support that made resistance to institutional pressure psychologically sustainable, rather than simply an act of desperate rebellion. Through Gringotts records that had been accessed through means that the Goblin banks would never officially acknowledge, the resistance movement discovered the true extent of Dumbledore's manipulation of the magical economy. The headmaster's influence extended far beyond Hogwarts and the Order of the Phoenix, reaching into financial institutions, magical research facilities, and commercial enterprises throughout magical Britain. Families who had opposed Dumbledore's policies found themselves facing mysterious financial difficulties that forced them to accept institutional support in exchange for political compliance. Magical inventors, whose research might lead to increased individual autonomy, discovered that funding for their projects disappeared whenever their work approached practical application. Young practitioners who demonstrated unusual abilities were systematically recruited for educational programs that isolated them from their families while teaching them to channel their gifts in ways that served institutional rather than personal goals. The scope of the manipulation was so extensive that it called into question the independence of virtually every major magical institution in Britain. The Ministry, Hogwarts, St. Mungo's, even Diagon Alley's commercial establishments, all operated according to policies that had been influenced or directly controlled by a small group of individuals who claimed to be acting for the greater good, but were actually serving their own interests in maintaining power and control. Harry's response to these revelations was not anger or despair, but something that approached scientific curiosity about how such a comprehensive system of control could be dismantled and replaced with something better. His phoenix nature gave him access to forms of perception that could see through institutional deceptions to identify the specific mechanisms that maintained the current system, while his growing network of allies provided the practical capabilities needed to implement alternatives. The solution they developed was not to attack the existing institutions directly, but to create parallel systems that could provide the same services more effectively, while operating according to principles that prioritized individual freedom and development over institutional control. Alternative educational programs that taught magical theory and practice without artificial limitations. Healing methods that addressed the causes of magical injuries rather than simply managing their symptoms. Economic structures that supported innovation and independence rather than dependency and compliance. Most significantly, they began developing magical technologies that could democratize access to abilities that had previously been limited to highly trained specialists. Communication crystals that allowed instant contact across vast distances without ministry monitoring. Transportation methods that could move people and objects through space without leaving magical signatures that could be tracked. Defensive systems that could protect entire communities from magical attack without requiring the kind of centralized authority that conventional magical protection demanded. The breakthrough came when Harry discovered that his phoenix abilities could be used to create permanent enhancements in other magical practitioners that would persist even when he was not physically present. The technique required sharing his fire in ways that temporarily merged his consciousness with theirs, creating connections that allowed the transfer of abilities and knowledge that would normally take years of study and practice to develop. The process was exhausting for Harry and carried risks that were not fully understood, but the results were transformative for everyone involved. Young magical practitioners who had been struggling with basic spells suddenly found themselves capable of advanced magic that their teachers insisted should be impossible for their level of training. Adults who had been limited by educational gaps or systematic disadvantages discovered that they could access forms of magical knowledge that had been deliberately kept from them. More importantly, the enhanced practitioners retained their new abilities permanently, creating a growing population of magical beings whose capabilities existed entirely outside the frameworks that institutional authorities used to predict and control magical development. They were not just more powerful than conventional magical education suggested was possible, they were more powerful in ways that made conventional countermeasures ineffective. The first successful liberation of another abused magical child came during Harry's 4th month of freedom, when the resistance movement received intelligence about a young girl whose magical abilities had led to her imprisonment in a ministry facility that officially did not exist. Luna Lovegood had been taken from her father after demonstrating the ability to perceive and communicate with magical creatures that most practitioners insisted were mythological. Her rescue required coordination between dozens of magical practitioners using abilities that the ministry had no effective methods for detecting or countering. Neville's plant networks provided intelligence about the facility's location and security measures. Ron's strategic planning identified vulnerabilities that could be exploited without triggering the kind of massive response that would endanger other prisoners. Harry's Phoenix abilities allowed the rescue team to approach and withdraw without leaving magical signatures that could be traced back to their identities or locations. But Luna's liberation proved to be more significant than simply removing one child from an abusive situation. Her abilities, when allowed to develop without institutional interference, proved to be exactly what the resistance movement needed to expand their operations beyond the limitations of conventional magical practice. She could perceive patterns and connections that existed beyond normal space and time, allowing her to identify opportunities and threats that would otherwise remain hidden until it was too late to respond effectively. Working with Luna's expanded perception, Harry's Phoenix enhanced abilities, and the growing network of awakened magical practitioners, the Resistance began to operate according to strategic principles that made their activities almost impossible for conventional magical law enforcement to predict or counter. They could anticipate raids before the orders were given, could identify compromised safe houses before they were discovered, and could coordinate responses to official actions that turned every attempt at suppression into opportunities for expansion and recruitment. The success of Luna's rescue also demonstrated that the resistance movement had evolved beyond simple opposition to institutional authority. They had become a functioning alternative to the existing magical society, capable of providing protection, education, and support for magical beings who chose independence over compliance. They were not just fighting against something they opposed, they were building something better to replace it. As autumn approached and Harry's first year of freedom drew toward a close, the transformation that had begun with a frightened boy burning down a kitchen had evolved into something that was reshaping the fundamental nature of magical society in Britain. The established order, built on principles of control and limitation, was being challenged by a growing movement that demonstrated the possibility of magical development based on freedom and collaboration. The Phoenix had learned to share his fire with others, and in doing so had sparked a revolution that would transform the magical world forever. But with that transformation came new dangers, as the forces that had benefited from the old system began to understand that their power was threatened not just by rebellion, but by the emergence of something genuinely better than what they had to offer. The war for the future of magical Britain was about to enter a new phase, and Harry Potter was no longer just a participant in that conflict. He had become its living symbol, the proof that magic could serve freedom instead of control, that power could be shared instead of hoarded, and that the future could be fundamentally different from the past. The question that remained was whether the transformation could be completed before the forces of the old order found ways to destroy it and everyone who had chosen to embrace it. The revelation that would reshape the magical world forever came not through careful planning or dramatic confrontation, but through a moment of pure accident that exposed truths too powerful to contain or deny. Harry Potter's status as a Phoenix Animagus had been the subject of rumors and speculation for months, whispered through the underground networks and dismissed by official sources as propaganda designed to justify his continued resistance to institutional authority. But on a crisp October morning in Diagon Alley, those rumors became undeniable reality in front of hundreds of witnesses whose testimony could never be discredited or explained away. Harry had not intended to make a public appearance. The resistance movement's operational security protocols strictly prohibited any of its key figures from venturing into areas where ministry surveillance was known to be extensive. But Luna Lovegood, whose enhanced perception abilities had proven invaluable to the movement's intelligence-gathering efforts, had detected something that required immediate investigation. Her visions, which operated according to temporal mechanics that conventional divination could never match, had shown her images of a magical child in desperate danger somewhere in the heart of London's magical commercial district. The child in question was a 7-year-old girl named Gabrielle Delacour, whose family had brought her to Britain for specialized magical medical treatment that was supposedly unavailable in France. But Luna's perception had revealed that the treatment was actually an experimental procedure designed to suppress unusual magical abilities rather than enhance them, and that the girl's parents had been deceived about both the nature of their daughter's condition and the true purpose of the intervention she was scheduled to receive. Gabrielle's abilities, according to Luna's enhanced sight, were related to what could only be described as light magic that existed beyond the normal spectrum of magical energy. She could manipulate illumination in ways that affected not just physical brightness, but the emotional and spiritual resonances that light carried. Her presence could literally brighten people's moods, could reveal hidden truths by exposing them to kinds of illumination that made deception impossible, and could create protective barriers of pure radiance that were impervious to dark magic of any intensity. Such abilities would have made her invaluable to any organization committed to fighting corruption or dark magic, but they also made her extremely dangerous to anyone whose power depended on maintaining secrets or controlling information. The experimental procedure that had been proposed for her treatment was actually designed to sever her connection to light magic permanently, leaving her with only the most basic magical abilities that could be easily monitored and controlled through conventional means. The urgency of Luna's vision had overridden normal security considerations, leading Harry to make the decision to intervene personally despite the enormous risks involved. His Phoenix abilities were the only power they possessed that could potentially counter magical procedures designed to permanently alter someone's fundamental magical nature, and the window for effective action was measured in hours rather than days. The rescue operation that followed required coordination between dozens of magical practitioners operating according to plans that had been developed in less than an hour. Neville's plant networks provided real-time intelligence about St. Mungo's security measures and staff movements. Ron's strategic planning identified approach routes that would minimize the chances of detection while maximizing opportunities for successful extraction. The Weasley twins, whose involvement in the resistance had led to the development of magical technologies that operated entirely outside ministry oversight, provided transportation and communication equipment that would allow the team to coordinate their activities without leaving magical signatures that could be traced. But it was Harry's Phoenix transformation that made the operation possible. His ability to phase between dimensions allowed him to penetrate St. Mungo's most sophisticated magical barriers without triggering their detection systems. His flame teleportation provided extraction capabilities that could remove Gabrielle from the hospital faster than any conventional magical transportation. Most importantly, his healing abilities offered the only known method for reversing magical procedures that had been specifically designed to cause permanent damage to a practitioner's fundamental magical nature. The operation should have been completed without any public exposure. Harry's team had planned every aspect of their approach to ensure that their activities would remain undetected until long after they had departed from the area. But magical medicine involved uncertainties that even the most careful planning could not anticipate, and Gabrielle's condition proved to be more serious than Luna's visions had initially suggested. The experimental procedure had already begun by the time Harry reached her location within St. Mungo's. The healers who were conducting the treatment had made irreversible changes to her magical core that were causing her light-based abilities to turn inward in ways that were literally consuming her life force. Without immediate intervention, using healing techniques that went far beyond anything conventional magical medicine could provide, Gabrielle would die within hours as her own magical gifts destroyed her from within. Harry's response was instinctive and immediate. His phoenix transformation, enhanced by months of training and practical application, allowed him to access healing abilities that could operate at the fundamental level where magic intersected with life itself. But the process required him to share his phoenix fire with Gabrielle in ways that temporarily merged their magical signatures, creating a beacon of supernatural energy that blazed like a star across every magical detection system in London. The healing succeeded beyond anything Harry could have hoped. Not only did his intervention reverse the damage that the experimental procedure had caused, it actually enhanced Gabrielle's natural abilities to levels that would have been impossible under normal circumstances. Her connection to light magic became so strong that her presence literally illuminated the entire floor of St. Mungo's with radiance that was visible to every magical practitioner within miles. But the cost of success was immediate exposure on a scale that made concealment impossible. The magical energy that Harry had channeled during the healing process was unlike anything that had been documented in modern magical theory, and its signature was being detected and analyzed by ministry surveillance systems that had been designed specifically to identify unprecedented magical phenomena. Within minutes of Gabrielle's healing, every available aura in London was converging on St. Mungo's with orders to contain what ministry officials were describing as a potential magical catastrophe. The energy readings suggested that something was occurring within the hospital that might threaten the fundamental stability of magical reality in the entire metropolitan area, and the response protocols that had been activated were designed to deal with threats on the scale of natural disasters rather than individual magical practitioners. Harry found himself trapped within a building that was being surrounded by the largest deployment of magical law enforcement personnel in British history, with a 7-year-old girl whose enhanced abilities were making her impossible to conceal through any conventional magical means. Escape through normal methods was impossible, but surrender would mean not only his own capture, but the exposure of everyone who had participated in the rescue operation. His solution was as desperate as it was unprecedented. Instead of attempting to hide or flee, Harry chose to make his phoenix nature completely public, transforming in front of the hundreds of witnesses who had gathered in St. Mungo's lobby to observe the unfolding crisis. His change from human to phoenix form occurred in full view of patients, healers, ministry officials, and Daily Prophet reporters who had arrived to cover what they initially believed was a medical emergency. The transformation was unlike anything Harry had attempted before. Enhanced by his emotional state and the enormous magical energies that were already flowing through the building as a result of Gabrielle's healing, his phoenix form blazed with intensity that approached the brightness of actual sunlight. His wings, when fully extended, cast shadows that seemed to contain images of flames and renewal that spoke directly to the unconscious minds of everyone who observed them. His song, when he threw back his magnificent head and gave voice to his true nature, carried harmonics that resonated through every magical signature in London. The effect on the assembled witnesses was immediate and transformative. Many of them had heard rumors about Harry Potter's unusual abilities, but seeing those abilities demonstrated in person was an experience that transcended anything conventional magical education had prepared them to understand. This was not simply an unusually powerful young wizard. This was something that existed beyond the normal categories that defined magical practice. But Harry's public transformation served purposes beyond simple revelation of his phoenix nature. The song that accompanied his change carried specific magical properties that awakened enhanced perception in everyone within range, temporarily granting them access to forms of awareness that allowed them to see through the deceptions and manipulations that had shaped their understanding of the magical world. For the space of perhaps 10 minutes, every person present in St. Mungo's could perceive the true motivations behind the actions of magical authorities, could see through the justifications that had been used to maintain systems of control and limitation, could understand the genuine nature of the threats that faced their entire society. The experience was overwhelming, transformative, and absolutely impossible to deny or dismiss as illusion or propaganda. Ministry officials found themselves confronting the uncomfortable reality that many of their policies were based not on genuine concern for public safety, but on the political necessity of maintaining institutional authority. Healers discovered that conventional magical medicine was deliberately limited to techniques that kept patients dependent on institutional care rather than actually curing their conditions. Even Daily Prophet reporters, trained to present official perspectives regardless of their personal beliefs, suddenly understood the extent to which their coverage had been shaped by considerations that had nothing to do with journalistic integrity. But the most significant revelation was the exposure of just how extensively the magical community had been manipulated by forces that operated entirely outside official oversight. The enhanced perception that Harry's Phoenix song had awakened allowed the witnesses to detect magical signatures throughout London that carried traces of dark magic influence, suggesting that Voldemort's followers had been far more active during the past decade than anyone had realized. The corruption extended beyond simple criminal activity into the very foundations of magical society. Financial institutions that had claimed independence from political influence were revealed to be operating according to policies designed to concentrate wealth and power in the hands of a small group of individuals. Educational institutions that claimed to provide objective magical instruction were shown to be systematically suppressing forms of magical knowledge that might lead to increased individual autonomy. Even commercial establishments that appeared to be ordinary businesses were discovered to be serving surveillance and control functions for organizations that officially did not exist. When the enhanced perception finally faded and normal magical awareness reasserted itself, the witnesses found themselves confronting a version of reality that was fundamentally different from anything they had previously accepted. They had seen too much, understood too clearly, experienced truth too directly to return to the comfortable illusions that had previously shaped their understanding of the magical world. The immediate aftermath was chaos on a scale that overwhelmed every system the ministry had for managing magical crises. Hundreds of witnesses to Harry's transformation were simultaneously demanding explanations for revelations that official magical authorities had no acceptable ways to address. The enhanced perception that they had temporarily experienced had left them with permanent changes in their ability to detect deception, making it impossible for ministry officials to rely on the kinds of carefully crafted statements that had previously been sufficient to manage public opinion. But the crisis extended far beyond simple public relations problems. The magical energy that Harry had channeled during his public transformation had created ripple effects throughout the magical environment of Britain that were still being detected and analyzed days after the initial event. His Phoenix song had awakened latent abilities in dozens of magical practitioners who had never suspected they possessed anything beyond basic magical competence. His demonstration of healing capabilities had proven that conventional magical medicine was far more limited than necessary, leading to demands for access to techniques that the established medical hierarchy insisted were too dangerous for general use. Most significantly, his revelation of dark magic influences throughout magical society had triggered investigations that were uncovering evidence of systematic infiltration and manipulation that had been ongoing for years. The pure illumination that Gabrielle's enhanced abilities now provided was making it possible to detect and identify corruption that had previously been invisible even to trained Aurors and Ministry investigators. The political implications were staggering. If even a fraction of what Harry's demonstration had revealed was accurate, then the magical government of Britain had been compromised to an extent that called into question the legitimacy of virtually every major policy decision made during the past decade. The institutions that claimed to protect magical society from dark magic had themselves been infiltrated by dark magic influences to a degree that made their protective functions not just ineffective, but actually counterproductive. Public response was swift and decisive. Within hours of Harry's public transformation, spontaneous demonstrations had begun appearing throughout magical Britain as communities that had been living under various forms of institutional pressure suddenly found the courage to demand fundamental changes in how their society operated. The enhanced perception that hundreds of witnesses had experienced was spreading through magical communities like a contagious awakening, as people who had been touched by Harry's phoenix abilities shared their insights with friends and family members who began to see their own circumstances with new clarity. The demonstrations were unlike anything in the history of magical Britain. Instead of simple protests against specific policies, they represented a comprehensive rejection of the entire system of institutional control that had dominated magical society for generations. Magical practitioners who had never considered themselves political activists found themselves demanding not just reforms, but complete transformation of the structures that governed their lives. Young magical practitioners, inspired by Harry's example of successful resistance to institutional authority, began openly challenging the educational limitations that had been imposed on their development. Parents whose children had been classified as problematic or dangerous by ministry assessments demanded access to alternative educational approaches that would allow their children to develop their full potential rather than conforming to artificial standards of acceptability. Perhaps most significantly, established magical practitioners who had accumulated expertise and resources within the existing system began using their positions to support rather than suppress the changes that Harry's movement represented. Ministry employees started revealing information about policies and procedures that had been classified to prevent public scrutiny. Healers began teaching techniques that had been restricted to institutional practice. Even some Hogwarts professors started offering alternative instruction that went beyond the officially approved curriculum. The response from magical newspapers was immediate and divided. The Daily Prophet, which had historically served as an unofficial voice for ministry policy, found itself forced to choose between continuing to present official perspectives that their own reporters now recognized as deceptive or risking official disapproval by covering the crisis with journalistic integrity. Other publications, particularly those that had operated on the margins of acceptable magical journalism, suddenly found themselves with access to stories that were both completely verifiable and absolutely unprecedented. But it was the international response that truly demonstrated the scope of what Harry had accomplished. His public transformation had been detected by magical monitoring systems throughout Europe, and the reports that began filtering back to Britain suggested that similar awakenings were beginning to occur in magical communities across the continent. Young magical practitioners in France, Germany, and Italy were beginning to manifest abilities that their local institutions insisted should not exist. Magical families that had been living under various forms of official oversight were beginning to demand the same kinds of freedom and self-determination that Harry's movement had achieved in Britain. The revelation that magical Britain's crisis was part of a larger pattern of institutional control and manipulation that extended throughout the European magical community transformed local political problems into international diplomatic complications. If the corruptions that Harry's demonstration had exposed were not unique to Britain, then the entire structure of international magical cooperation was based on foundations that were fundamentally unreliable. Most troubling were the reports from magical monitoring stations that suggested the dark magic influences Harry had detected were not random or isolated phenomena, but part of a coordinated effort that operated across national boundaries. The infiltration of British magical institutions was apparently just one component of a much larger campaign that had been systematically undermining magical governments throughout Europe for years. As autumn progressed toward winter, the transformation that had begun with Harry's accidental kitchen fire continued to spread throughout magical society, with consequences that no one could fully predict or control. The phoenix that had learned to share his fire was discovering that some forms of awakening, once begun, developed their own momentum and direction that transcended any individual's ability to guide or contain them. The question that remained was whether the changes that Harry had catalyzed would be completed peacefully through democratic processes, or whether the forces that benefited from the existing system would choose more direct methods to preserve their power and influence. The magical world stood at a crossroads, and the path it would ultimately take depended on choices that had not yet been made by people whose names were not yet known. But Harry Potter was no longer just the boy who lived, or even the phoenix who awakened. He had become something that the magical world had never seen before, living proof that fundamental change was possible, that institutional authority wasn't absolute, and that magic could serve freedom rather than control. The revolution was no longer coming. It was here, and it was spreading faster than anyone could contain or predict. The only question that remained was what would emerge when the transformation was finally complete.